Testing, 1, 2, testing. There you go.
Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3.
Probando, 1, 2. Hi, Monica. Yes.
Yeah, that's because people who are speaking need to have the mic. I don't have a mic, but I'll get one after the. Oh. Or after the meeting. They don't even have a mic.
Well, the kids don't need one right now.
So maybe we can put. Will they need mics? Well, they're gonna be presenting to us, right? Aren't they? Andrew, is there any way we can move a couple of these mics to the seats and put them between speakers?
We can. We only have 8 mics total, so
We can share one per table. Yeah, and then if we could like one right here, one right there, one right here, one right there.
But we can do it after the. Yeah, before we start the next.
After the closed session.
Are we ready, Monica? ¿Listos?
It's when you hear meeting recording, no?
So we have a correction.
Okay. No.
All right.
Mhm.
Sure. Yes. Yes. Shoot. Are we ready? ¿Listos?
Let me go ahead and start it. Let me go ahead and just start it. Hold on.
Okay.
I'll take it off of pause, and as soon as you guys are hearing the recording, you guys can start, but give me a second.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the Gonzales Unified School District Board Meeting for Tuesday, November 9th, 2021. Monica, can we please get roll call?
Trustee Lopez,
Present.
Trustee Cuevas,
Present.
Trustee Flores,
Present.
Trustee Ayon,
present.
and Trustee Daniel.
Thank
Okay,
you.
all present.
Moving on to item number 4, approval of the agenda. We do have a correction to item 24.3, correct? Should read, consideration to approve the revised classified management confidential personnel assignment order number 21-22-04 to appoint Sonia Vallejo as a parent engagement and community involvement specialist, effective November 1st, 2021. All right, so can I get?
And there was another
Like
correction.
to-
Can you hear me?
correction, Item number 24.3. The red part. So classified management confidential personnel assignment order number 21-22-04.
There's another correction.
I'd like to request to remove an agenda item, 23.1, adoption of resolution number 2021-22-09, authorizing to initiate to a by trustee area election system commencing with the 2022 governing board election. The direction from the board, the majority of the board, even though you weren't not there, but per the last board meeting, the direction was that we received the demographer report first, after which we then discuss to see if then we bring forward this resolution, not at the same time, but sequentially. So that's why I'm making that
All right.
request.
Can I,
So the demographer is here to present this evening, and I am aware that the board tabled it the prior meeting. If the board would consider voting on it, though, this evening, just either a yes or no, because we have timelines that we will not, we're getting at a point that we're unable to honor if in fact there was a positive or an affirmative.
But so my point is though, before it even comes up, the board needs to decide whether it will even come up. So once we get that information from the demographer, that was the direction we gave. And we all agreed,
But
the
the
majority.
can I comment? Isn't the resolution that's before us just saying that we're gonna move forward? It's not,
Yes, it's saying
we're
it,
gonna move forward, but it's not the final.
If I can have
It's to
direction.
cap, though, it's to cap liability at 30,000.
Again, I'm requesting,
Minimize
it's,
Hold on.
this is not up for discussion. I'm requesting that agenda item be removed. That's my request.
Okay.
Not up for discussion.
We hear you, Cesar.
Okay.
Thank you. So just, pull it.
So at, when the agenda item comes up, I do need some direction as to what table to meant in. If there is an exact date, or if there is a future board meeting agenda that you want to add it to, so that that goes into the public record.
No. So again, the direction from the board was that upon getting the information from the demographer, then at that time, we would, as a board, decide whether we even bring up the resolution. That was the direction. So it's open-ended. So we may bring it up. We would decide at that point. That was what we all agreed on.
So when
The
they present
majority of us.
today, we can't vote today?
I think we need time for discussion. We only have a half hour in closed session. And last meeting, we agreed to table until we got the information.
Which
from
is
the
coming
demographer.
today. Can we not discuss it during the agenda item is being presented?
So for clarity, closed session in regards to this item is only regarding our risk of litigation. If the board is going to discuss this, it needs to be an open session, and I would need to be able to agendize it. That's all I'm asking.
That's right. So again, my request still stands.
Any others? So besides the correction to item 24.3 and Mr. Ayon pulling item number 23.1, any other from the board members? Can I get a
Yes,
Monica?
item number 26.1, after adjournment or under adjournment, there is an additional item that was added there in error.
Which one again? 21? Oh, I see back here. So just delete that from the agenda, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So can I get a motion to go ahead and approve the agenda?
Motion, Daniel?
Second by? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? All right, thank you. So moving on. to-
Mr. Lopez, can you please repeat? I do apologize. Can you please?
I'm
repeat?
sorry. So Ms. Daniels moves to approve the consent agenda. Ms. Cuevas seconded. Everybody voted in favor of it, and so it gets approved.
Thank you.
Moving on to item number 5, closed session topics. It's 5.1, public employee appointment, employment government code section 54957, and 5.2, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to paragraph 2 of subdivision D of section 54956.9, one potential case. So do we have any public comments for a closed session?
No public comments on closed session on my end.
Thank you, Monica. So at this time, we're gonna, I forgot one thing, and I'm gonna invite our board clerk to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. All right. So we're gonna go ahead. There's no public comments for closed session at this time, so we're gonna be adjourning to closed session. It should take us about 30 minutes.
No, I'm good.
Yeah, if that's a request.
And so at 6 o'clock, we're gonna reconvene with the City of Gonzales Governing Board. Thank you, and we'll be back at 6 o'clock. Thank you, Monica. we do have a public comment, ¿verdad? Yes. A ver, probando, probando. Hi, Monica. Is she, have you guys talked to her?
I can hear you, trustee Lopez.
How are you? Let's put, here, take mine, and I'll share it with Yvette.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm good.
Okay. Nick can share.
Trying to see where I am.
Are you here, Scott? Where are you at? Liz is here? Oh, God, let's sit, let's sit.
Block traffic.
Oh.
Not good.
We have picked up an agenda.
Liz got the community agenda for us.
I had an agenda at home and I didn't bring it with me. That's all it says. Okay, so we don't really need one.
For my first selection of the evening.
Really want to talk to it.
Testing my, okay, Monica?
I used to always go down to the palace and sing, play that funky.
Good
music.
evening, everyone,
Got
and
it.
welcome. We are reconvening to the Gonzales. To our, hold on. We're gonna, ladies and gentlemen, welcome.
Snootin',
Can you hear me?
Oh, my
Yes.
God, that's an old.
Okay.
one.
Welcome again to all our new guests that just arrived and to our members of the Gonzales City Council. Welcome to this joint session of the Gonzales Unified School District Governing Board and the City of Gonzales Governing Board as well. We are, on behalf of the board, I do apologize that we took a little bit longer than what we had planned for during our closed session. And with that, I would like to report that there's no action being taken at this time for the closed session items. Moving on, we do have, since it's a joint session, I think we need to take roll call for the city board members, please. And Monica, can you help us with that as well? If you have. the
Correct.
list.
I'm gonna, good evening, everybody. I am going to do roll call for Gonzales Unified again, since we're
Okay.
together doing our joint meeting, and thereafter I will move on to the City of Gonzales.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, board member trustee Lopez,
Present.
trustee Cuevas,
Present?
trustee Flores,
Present.
trustee Ayon,
Present.
trustee Daniel.
Present.
Thank you. Everybody's present. Now moving on to city council roll call. Mayor Jose Rios,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Scott Funk,
Present.
Councilmember Liz Silva,
Present.
Councilmember Paul Miller,
Present.
and Councilmember Lorraine Wordy.
Present.
Everybody's present.
All right, thank you. So, hold on, let me get back to my agenda. Yes, so at this time, I would like to welcome all our guests. I see there's a huge group of community members here present. Welcome to our joint session. It's good to have all of you here. As well to our mayor and council members. Welcome to the Gonzales Unified School District, Gonzales High School Library. We are gonna go ahead and I'm gonna ask to invite our board clerk again to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Ready, begin?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So item number 9 is we're public comments. At this time, do we have any public comments?
No public comments received.
So we're moving on. I'm gonna make a correction here. We're going to go ahead and move to item number 14, approval of the city council agenda. May I get a motion, please?
So move, Daniel.
Second Cuevas?
But wait, city council.
City council. Oh, sorry. We're just eager.
So, Mr. Mayor, if you want to take over.
We have an agenda or?
I think the minutes, right? Is what you're looking for?
Which is,
Forgive me. The agenda for the joint session this evening is focused on communications. And both the Board of Education as well as the City Council will be receiving an update from the Gonzales Youth Council, as well as an update from City Manager Mendez and myself regarding our future development here in Gonzales.
So do I have a motion to approve the agenda as presented?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion's carried.
thank you. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and moving on to item number 15, public comments on
Can I
joint meeting.
interrupt?
Yes, Monica?
Can I get those who actually approved the agenda from the city?
Yes, we did. They did approve it. So who made the motion again? Ms. Funk, Scott Funk made the motion, followed by Liz Silva, and then it was unanimously approved.
Thank you.
Moving on to item 15, public comments on joint meeting agenda only. At this time, members of the public may address the board on topics that are under the jurisdiction of the board. For public comments on items not on the agenda, the board may not discuss or take action during the meeting. Comments from the public shall be limited to 3 minutes on any topic. The board may limit the total time for public input on any topic to 20 minutes unless it chooses to waive the item limit time for a particular item. So do we have any public comments at this time, Monica?
None received.
Okay, but we do have one here that Board Member Cuevas was going to read.
This is a letter from Griselda Aldaco. Dear Board of Trustees, thank you for your generosity. I am very thankful and honored to have been selected as a recipient of the Board of Trustees Scholarship. I am currently attending Hartnell College as a full-time student and will soon be transferring to continue my education. My major is biology, and I plan to pursue a career in medical research in the future. This scholarship will bring me one step closer to reaching my goals. By awarding me this scholarship, you have helped relieve some financial burden, which will help me focus on my education. Thank you for supporting the Gonzales community by providing students with assistance for college. One day, I hope to be able to provide these resources for students in our community in return for the help you have given me. Once again, thank you. Sincerely, Griselda Aldaco. Congratulations, Griselda.
Thank you. Any other comments from the city? Rene, do you have any public comments? Okay, thank you. So moving on to item number 16, communications. Number 16.1, Gonzales Youth Council, Youth Commissioners presentation by Charlene Flores and Adam Escobedo. So there, yeah, that's the first presentation this evening. So you have the mic.
We can't listen. The mic might be turned off.
Not on, just push the button.
There's a button. There you go.
Up on top.
Feel free to take it off the holder.
Can you go back to the title slide?
Well, I'm trying and let me see. Doing its own thing.
Good evening, Board. Today we will be presenting our Gonzales Youth Council 2021-2022 Youth Commissioners presentation. Next slide, please.
Sorry to interrupt. We're gonna have to speak directly into the microphone.
Just take it off of the stand and use it that way.
Yeah, so overview goals. Number 2 is GYC members, action projects, and questions. Next slide. So as youth commissioners, lead a group of change makers, inspire and guide our members to pursue their passion projects. GYC as a whole, make a positive change in our community, gain leadership skills, be a voice for our youth.
Next slide, please. So our first action project was, of course, recruiting our GYC members. So first, we reached out to both GYC alumni and new members as well. We reached out to new members via social media outreach. So we posted on Instagram, Facebook, and also physical posters around school. We aim to recruit at least 2 members from each grade, 9 through 12th, and we did reach that goal, except for freshmen. We have 1 freshman. So yeah, we have 14 members as a whole, including us too. Next slide, please. So this was our GYC orientation and training, which took place on Saturday, October 9th. We officially welcomed our whole team and greeted them with donuts and fun activities, especially team building activities. And during this meeting, we established working agreements, shared our wishes for the new term, discussed our big whys, and brainstormed new action projects. Next slide. Our videos are supposed to be there. There we go. Okay, so here are our GYC introductions. We'll play. They were supposed to be videos, but I don't think that they're playing. Okay, so here's our action project.
Okay, so one of our first one is mental health action project. Picking up where the past 2 groups of GYCers left, informing the new group of GYCs on the mental health projects and efforts and potential new surveys. And then for the teen innovation, we participated at the press conference on October 19 regarding the $5 million allocated to the Teen Innovation Center with Senator Ana Caballero. We also participating in engaging and designing process of the Teen Innovation Center, as well as the community center. The GYC has helped with many pop-ups regarding what could be in the community center, especially focusing on what youth want to see in there as well.
So the pedestrian safety project is something that we came up with at the GYC orientation and training. It's something that a lot of our new GYCers were very passionate about. And in our past GYC meeting that we had last week, we discussed this a lot and went into specifics. And we're hoping to meet with people who can help us get more information on that soon. Next slide, please. Okay, so as far as how you guys can support the GYC, attend a GYC meeting. We have opportunities every other Thursday. That was our first meeting. So next week we have a GYC meeting where we'll be meeting with more consultants to talk about the Teen Innovation Center. And then also just supporting our action projects and keep investing in us. So if you guys ever want to go to a GYC meeting, talk a little bit about what you do, learn about our action projects a little more, those are every other Thursday. And that's our presentation.
Oh, don't move quite yet. We have questions for you. So I forgot completely to remind our community that we do have an interpreter online. If anybody needs Spanish interpretation, please let us know. Or I think his name is Monica. Do we have one?
You have one present, not online. He is present
Oh,
and
we're
you're
present.
welcome to use your headsets and whatnot.
Okay, great. In the back. He's in the back. Okay, perfect. So go ahead. I'm going to open it up to board members of the Gonzales Unified School District, and then we'll move on to the city. Go ahead, Cesar. Begin with our youth, yeah? They don't
Yeah.
have-
I do have a question. I'm curious about the pedestrian safety project. Is that what you guys call it? What exactly is that? And how far along is it as well?
Okay, so the pedestrian safety project is just concerning just the safety in the streets, safety, especially walking to school or when it's dark outside. It's something that a lot of our members were super passionate about because a lot of them go on late night walks or go outside and just see like that sometimes it's kind of hazardous in certain places. And that's really just like in the beginning, we're really in like the research and finding all the information process right now.
That sounds great, especially now that the time changed and it's dark at 5. So, and I know a lot of kids are still doing activities after school. That's a really good idea. Congratulations. Wow.
Um,
I love always hearing from you guys because you guys always come up with great ideas, bringing in new students every year, have great projects. And my question was about that. Are you guys thinking long-term, like flashing lights or crosswalks? What's the goal, the end goal that?
Yeah, that's well, we talked with the GYC, and that was kind of like one of the main concerns. Like, probably the stoplights are not that visible no more if they've been there for a long time. So yeah.
We also discuss certain campaigns that we can do where we're just informing people, pedestrians, but also drivers on how to be safe in the streets so that we're all like more educated on it.
I know, I think a lot of our youth, and we just take it for granted, small town, we just go and kids cross streets. A lot of adults just cross the streets.
On their
and-
phones, you know,
Yeah,
looking
they-
down
Oh,
on their
I've seen it
phones.
many a times.
Yes.
So great ideas, great ideas. Thank you, ladies.
Great, thank you.
Well, I'm just happy to hear that mental health is still on the table and is going to be a continued conversation. Because I think that's not something that you can just do and then move on from. I think mental health is always going to be a continuous topic. And so I'm really happy to hear, and I look forward to see what more you guys do with that. So good job. Thank you. Thank you.
So you guys mentioned trying to find like the darker areas in town that are, a little scarier to walk by. Do you know of, or have you had like information or maybe people come forth telling you or sharing which areas are darker that maybe we need to take a look at?
Yeah. In my case, I've had a few friends of mine tell me like the streets over there is like really dark near the preschool, so like you can't really see. So I think those are like most of the areas. But yeah, with the GYC, we'll talk to them like, hey, do you guys have any what streets you guys know that's a little bit darker, and just bring it up to the table as a concern.
Okay,
Right.
do you guys mind if I share a recommendation? Maybe take a look at the bridge. It's a little scary whenever we're driving up. You can't see pedestrians. So
Yeah.
maybe you guys can take a look at
Yeah,
that space
definitely.
too.
Thank
Good
you.
job, guys.
You know, another area that you guys might consider behind the shopping center, a lot of our kids walk in that alley behind the shopping center and it's really dark, especially now. So I don't know if that's something maybe the shopping center, owners or business owners can engage and partner with you guys to put some lights out there because I know our youth use it to the shortcut to behind the shopping center. So
Yeah.
thank you again for your leadership in this project. So we're gonna go ahead and Mr. Mayor, you invite your board members.
Ladies, as you know, I think very highly of your organization, and I'm very thankful for all the work that you do. And I look forward to hearing your results on the safety issues, and specifically which streets we need as a city to address. So thank you.
Really nothing additional. I think they presented to us in the past, so we appreciate your feedback. Thank you.
Can I just ask that you speak into the microphone for those that are on Zoom or
Sure, but just saying,
YouTube?
actually, I don't have anything additional, just thanking them for their time. They presented to us already, so we've had ample opportunity already, but thank you again, and we look forward to your progress.
Same with me. We've seen this, and you guys are doing a great job, and we're proud of you. Nothing more to add at this point.
Thank you. Is that okay? Well, thank you. Thank you. All right. Thank you, ladies, for your presentation. So we're gonna go ahead and move on to item number 16. 16.2.
Two.
City of Gonzales Development Update. Thank you. Yes.
So I'm going to invite City Manager Mendez to chime in as we give you an update on both the district's movement regarding our new school properties, as well as the city's movement in working towards the new development on the east side of 101. The district today actually had its first planning meeting with the California Department of Education. John Gordon, who is the head of that division and arranges for site visits, talked with us this morning about an initial review over the Fano property, its location, and also its initial correspondence with Title V. Title V is the legislation that ensures access, both ingress and egress, to public schools. John had actually brought up the map of Gonzales and saw our La Gloria, Fairview, and our high school, and had pointed out that Title V now exists to avoid situations such as what we have at La Gloria and Fairview, where we have both parents entering into our parking lots, dropping off and picking up kids, as well as our buses. The CDE is planning tentatively a physical visit to the Fano property, the Fano Academy property, in early December. One of the things that the district is also continuing to do is we, in partnership with the city, are meeting with Pembroke, the Pembroke developers for the Fano property, Tom Fano. We have an additional meeting each month now with representatives from the Jackson Family Winery, who are also planning on donating acreage for an additional school. And starting next week, we will actually be meeting with a representative of the Rionda family and also discussing their donation for an additional school. While there had been initial conversation about those properties being elementary schools, I am advising the board that we will need to consider both a middle and high school, because with the expansion of the new development, by virtue of numbers, we will be looking at a need that is going to be beyond just 3 additional elementary schools. I once again want to commend the partnership with the city, because those meetings that I have articulated, the city is also in attendance, so that we are not only collaborating, but coordinating efforts to make sure the movement going forward is something that benefits the city as well as the district. We're looking out for each other. Renee?
Yeah, so thank you, Superintendent, Board, and Council. I think before I give an update on the city's planning process and where we're at, our Deputy City Manager, Mark, can also help me. I think it's important to realize that from a city perspective, when we do our long range, our general plan and our prospective growth, we identify that schools are going to be needed. We do not, in theory, negotiate those schools to develop, but that's up to the school. The way we have it, though, our policy is the educational needs of the community through our school districts need to be satisfied. So I think the superintendent's point about working closely together is important, because we have to work together, not work across purpose with each other. As we know, we are a small community, and we're in the cusp of some significant growth, which is going to require major infrastructure improvements, not only on the education side, but our streets, our wastewater, our water, everything. And so all of that's happening. There's a lot of, we're looking from a city's perspective at over $250 million worth of infrastructure improvements. And that's not even counting the schools and all the investment that's going to happen at the schools. So what we have on tap over the next 5 or 10 years is we're looking at a significant investment where we're talking close to $1 billion when all is said and done on what this development is going to need to support. We have an incredible need for housing that the mayor and the council is probably one of their top priorities. We just finished a strategic session with the council where housing was one of the top priorities. So that's, I think it's important to sort of frame it where we're at with the process. And our mayor represents this really well. There's a lot of paper, a lot of studies, a lot of planning that needs to go through. Fundamentally, from a city's perspective, we need to get the authority to grow our city limits. And we need to go to Local Agency Formation Commission, which is LAFCO of Monterey County. So we're processing all that's going to be needed to go ask LAFCO to allow us to increase the boundaries, the size of our city. So that's what we call the annexation. So we're annexing a larger swath of property. Where we're at with that process, we're in the final stages of finalizing the studies that need to go into the environmental impact report that's going to be released to the public for comment. Things that you're going to see in the environmental impact report are our infrastructure, how we're going to deal with the wastewater. In fact, on the wastewater, our deputy city manager coordinated an effort where we actually just finished that environmental review process. So from a wastewater perspective, we have it done. We need to do that for some of the other major pieces. This is going to go into the LAFCO application that we hope to have in front of LAFCO early 2022. So, and then they go through the review process, and they're going to look at things like our affordability, housing, is it can we fiscally support the growth that we're anticipating? Do we have the infrastructure, some studies in place, all of that? We're probably north of $1 million plus of all the studies that have happened over the last few years. The developers are covering their share, which is always a good sign that when they're paying, that means that there's interest, there's market interest in the project. We have been informed that the first part of phase one of the development from the Pembroke development is 2 phases. There's in the neighborhood about 400 homes that are going to be done from the beginning. So all things, if they work, we'll have the approvals sometime in middle 2022. Then from the city's perspective, we approve the planning documents, which we call the specific plans. We go through that. Once those approvals are done, there's going to be a bunch of agreements, and key to those approval documents, the school has to be satisfied. So we will not issue, go ahead and build till we get from the school that, you guys are in complete alignment with the developer, which this school's been doing a good job of aligning that. So we hope that that's why it's important to stay connected. So with any luck, we're breaking ground sometime in the end of 2022 or early 2023. Because of the major infrastructure, we're looking at about a year plus to, do everything that needs to be done to be able to support 400 homes, including the new elementary school. And so all of that is in the works right now. So from a timing perspective, we hope to be in LAFCO in early 2022, have the approval sometime within a few months after that. So you're looking at mid 2022. Then we're processing the planning documents needed, which are going to be happening concurrently. So as soon as we get the approval from LAFCO, we're probably going to be shortly thereafter presenting to the Planning Commission and the council the approvals on the specific plans. And then developers at that point, it's off to the races. Another major component for us as we're looking at the development is the affordability of the project. The market is what the market is. And so from an affordability perspective, we're looking at low income, multifamily, nice apartments and so forth. We're now, if you look at Monterey County, there's the workforce designation, so for moderate and low moderate. So that's the area that we're looking at for the police officers, the teachers, all the workforce that we need here. And then obviously there's the market rate units. So we're looking at a whole range of sizes in the project. You guys participated or were on 2 study sessions that we have with the council on both and the planning commission jointly on both projects. And you're looking at any multifamily apartments all the way up to single family homes of all shapes and sizes. So that's what we have from a timing perspective. There's a lot of work that's coming through right now. And we hope to be at LAFCO early next year. We are also in the process of significant discussions with the developers, in this case, the Pembroke team, and the Fanos, because as we do this type of project, somebody's got to carry the cost for the infrastructure. It's just not going to happen. So, when we're looking at a $20-30 million investment in wastewater right off the shot, we're looking at those types of numbers when it comes to circulation, when it comes to water. So all of that needs to be agreed upon, negotiated, and more importantly, how we're going to pay for it. So all those documents are going to come through the planning commission and the city council. And we'll keep this, as Superintendent Irving said, we're in close communication. And try to keep everybody, each other at least informed of what's going on. And when we think there's a speed bump, we try to communicate ahead of time with each other. So we're not working at cross purposes between us and the school. And the developers have always asked us, why are you so concerned with the school? Because it's our community. Because it's some cities deal with their side and then they'll deal with the school kind of takes it on their own. I don't think that's going to work for us here. So from a timing perspective, hopefully the middle of 2022, we get the LAFCO approvals and then we're off to the races. So I don't know, I'll be happy to answer any questions, provide additional information.
Thank you. So the 400 homes is the first kind of group of houses that they would work on.
Yes.
And I think I was reading that it's going to be up to 2,600 houses, the full project. Sorry?
3,600.
3,600.
We're, we're looking at, for both the Pembroke and the Jackson, we're looking at over 6,000 homes by the time it's all said and done. So you're looking at a growth rate, at least on paper, of the next 50 years.
So this is a 50-year plan for the
Yeah,
6,000.
I mean, I think the market, but even, I mean, the absorption of that many houses is going to take a long time. Renee, the wild card is still the Arrigo project. Well, okay, so Mayor, I don't know if it's a wild card. The city has 138 acres, which is the Arrigo piece that's currently within the city limits. So that can be developed. The developer can come tomorrow and give us an application. We don't need permission from anybody else to develop it. We'll process it through our own internal, and then the school and all of that would kick off that conversation. So if the Arrigo or a developing group interest came to the city and said, hey, here's an application for our development, then okay, we're accepting it. Then I'm calling the superintendent and say, hey, guess what? I'm sending them to you because now you have to pivot and we have to have a school for that development. There is a school plan for that development that would need to be satisfied. So that's the wild card in this is from a funding perspective, we've been focused on Phoenix. But if they came to us today and tomorrow and said, hey, we want to develop 138 acres and here's our plan, we want to start processing it, we have to process it. So from a school perspective, we're going to have to pivot with the school and say, okay, guess what? We need a school for that project. So we need to start working on that. There are no plans right now. I've communicated with the Arrigos. They're not, and their representatives, they're at this point not interested in developing it. That doesn't mean that if somebody doesn't give them what they want, that they won't.
And just to clarify, that's the property adjacent to,
That's the north, the south, our south boundary on the east side, almost all the way to Gloria Road.
Yeah,
So there's-
south of California Breeze or?
Yeah, South California Breeze all the way to
oh,
Gloria Road.
directly south of it. So it's not across Mayor Park then? It's
No,
not,
no,
no,
doesn't
no,
go
no,
up
no.
that high. Okay. Great, thank you. Thank you. I just wanted to, because it's a big, there's been articles about it, the growth that is going to happen in the next, 30, 50 years. Obviously, part of it is going to start hopefully very soon. Yes. And maybe we can have the developers fix the bridge.
So
Sorry.
one of the challenges with the growth is it's going to be incredibly expensive to also add fixing the bridge. Not that there will not be incremental improvements to it. But the only way, at least at this point, in all the studying and all the stuff that we've done, is the city needs 2 other egresses and ingresses that are robust enough to handle the development. So Fifth Street is not our only focal point, which is that's the challenge right now, is that Fifth Street is our only focal point. So there will be improvements to the bridge, but if you think about improving the bridge, we will need to purchase the apartment complexes on the west side
we would need to move that shopping center back. And so when you look at those values to purchase it, we're quickly approaching 100 million plus, and that's not even because, you know, we're purchasing the potential revenue stream. And so those are the things, that's what makes Fifth Street very, very expensive. There's the actual just widening the bridge and the construction costs, and then it's all the land acquisition that we have to get, which really drives up that value. So the improvement to the circulation is going to have to be on both ends. So that's how we're going to kind of handle that.
Renee, I have a quick question in regards to who owns the bridge? Does the city, or is it owned by Caltrans, or who owns?
So it's Caltrans jurisdiction. By agreement, the city can do some improvements, some minor stuff on top of it. But any major, I mean, even you remember this when you're in the council, we've talked for years about putting signal lights up there. We need Caltrans permission. And we can't get the permission. We've done studies, we've done, even to restripe the top of the bridge, we need Caltrans and course permits and so forth to do it. And it's an incredible process to get the permission. So we've looked at it, we've tried to work with them. We've asked, and it's just the constraints. I mean, the bridge is what it is today, and it's very expensive to try to fix it. So, you know, we're doing the traffic control in the morning to try to speed up traffic, and we've done that kind of stuff. But, you know, again, we would need and then the landing of the walkway. That's the other challenge with the walkways is you have to land. It's not like you can just go like this or put a step, right? You have to land them ADA. So now we're halfway to the high school. I mean, literally, that's what we would be. And so, you know, that span becomes, not that it's not doable. I mean, you know, hey, a people mover, you know, whatever. How do we get it across? Those things are expensive. So I don't know if there's any other questions.
Yeah. That was a lot. That was a lot of information. But thank you, because I really did not realize how much went into that. For those 400 houses, do you know what the division of the makeup is going to be
No.
as far as no?
No,
Not
we
yet?
don't. We have some preliminary inclination. It's going to be a combination of, you know, at least what they're presenting to us that they're talking about, and none of this has been approved yet. It's going to be a variety of shapes and sizes. So we're probably looking at, you know, lots of houses that they're going to present. Now, whether we approve them or not, is another story. So what we've been talking about 100 square feet, you know, 1,500, you're looking at those kind of maybe, we're not looking at, you know, 3,600 square feet homes or anything like that, somewhere in the neighborhood of that. The smaller lots are maybe the 22, 23, 2,400 square feet homes but the affordability component is part of the challenge. And you will hear a lot of folks say affordability by design, which actually really translates to smaller lots are cheaper. Smaller houses are cheaper. That's really what we're saying. But it doesn't sound as good as we say affordability by design. But frankly, that's what's happening. If you look at some of the products that have been done in the peninsula or the Morgan Hills or the Bay Area, you'll see the homes are kind of narrow and stuff, and people are trying to figure that out. So the idea that you have a smaller lot, smaller unit is not going to cost as much. So that's kind of what we're looking at. But the entire 400 is going to have some of the larger lots with the larger lots and all that.
Thank you.
Sorry, one final question from my time in the planning commission. So the developer, they would be the ones to decide if they wanted to do an ADU? So that's a question, it's not a statement.
So
yeah.
from an ADU, the law pertaining to ADUs has been really liberalized. It's really different. So pretty much anybody can have an ADU now. I mean, there are some things that cities can do. So from a developer perspective, one of the things that you're seeing is you're starting to see product where a developer's giving the buyer an option. You want us to build you the ADU or plummet, so it's ready to take an ADU. Obviously, you'll pay more for it. So a developer can come forward and say, there's an option to the ADU. One of the challenges from a city's perspective, let's just do the math. If you have 100 units and you're going to say 100 of these units are also going to have ADUs, now we have to analyze the impact of those additional 100 ADUs. So we're going to have to look at the water issues. We're going to have to, what other things is that bringing? So so that will drive up the cost for all that studying up front. So if a developer builds it and then the property owner comes to the city and says, hey, we want to build an ADU, we actually now by right, most property owners have the right to build an ADU in there. So the issue with the studying is not, because it's already happened. So so that's the issue, because we actually looked at, I had discussed with the developers and the Pembroke, they're land developers. They're going to sell their lots, they're going to sell their acreage to the builders. And the builders are going to come in and say, okay, we want to build this product. So that conversation is going to happen with those builders. So the Pembrokes, and they're just moving dirt. They're putting the streets in and they're doing some of that stuff, but they're actually not building the homes. The home builders that we read about all over the place, they're the ones that are going to come in. And according to the information we receive, there are a few home builders that are very interested in building. And so there is a little urgency to get this whole paper process through.
Last question, I promise. I do promise. Are the houses required to have a garage? Because right now, as I understand, if I'm a homeowner, if I have a garage, I can say, oh, hey, I want to build an ADU. So when the developer comes in, do they have that option?
No, so they have to present the project and they still have to meet all the current standards. So the nuance with a housing developer and you as a property owner is actually kind of interesting. As a property owner, you're going to have a little bit more ability to do more stuff. As a developer, when you present stuff to us, we have to analyze the potential impact. So most developers aren't going to say, hey, we're not going to build you a garage. From a traffic perspective, where we're going to park all these cars, we're going to want a garage. Once you're in there, under the current housing rules, you will have more flexibility as the property owner. But as a developer, remember, we have to, just like the school has to look at planning for their school system, and well, you're going to assume you have so many students. I mean, you just go, oh, no, we're only going to have 400 students, whatever. We have to assume and analyze all the impacts. So if you tell us, I'm going to have all these rooms, then we're going to have to analyze the impact of that. So most developers are going to come and say they're going to have garages, they're going to have parking, they might have parking lots to park people, whatever. So I don't know if I answered that question, but specifically, most developers will come in and put parking in garages.
And you guys will have to approve their plan. So of course, they're going to say, yes, we're going to
Well,
provide
we have to
garages.
analyze the plan. Developers don't get an approval just because they submit it. They still have to go through the code. They have to be safe. It's everything. And by the way, there's going to be a lot of community input. And we get a lot of input from people outside of our community. So.
Thank you.
Board members, Ms. Flores, Ms. Cuevas. And just a quick one, one of our, as board members, in order to retain our teachers, I think that it's been discussed in previous meetings that, affordable housing for teachers as well, so that way we can retain them and they can stay here in our community and be part of our community and have to travel from far distance. So I don't know if that's a question more for our superintendent, that as we move forward, that, to keep that in mind, and hopefully we can work with the developers to partner and make that possible. That way we can, retain those good teachers here in our community and not have them leave or travel from far distance.
Right. So you'll see things like workforce 1, workforce 2, housing designations. And that's sort of the workforce 1, entry level teachers or police officers, stuff like that. So yes, all that, we'll be presenting a plan to the council on affordability component plan. So that's going to include some of that language. And then hopefully as we work with the developer, work directly with the right builders, because there are builders that build workforce housing. They're not going to build you the 2,200, 2,400 square foot or the 3,000 square foot home. They're going to build you the workforce housing, which tends to be much more directed at people starting their careers our kids coming back. I mean, our councilman mayor always says, our kids that have nowhere to come back to because where they're going to live. So there are builders that target that segment of our population. And there is interest here for that. So yes, we will work with them to do that.
Thank you, Rene.
I'm sorry, I broke my promise. Is there a way, this is absolutely my last question. Is there a way to, and I know the developers are, there to make a profit. Obviously, they wouldn't actually do what they're doing otherwise, I would imagine, unless they're a charity. But is there a way, because we have a lot of people, not just teachers and firemen, but, other folks in the community that are living with their parents or, or just because there's no housing, right? So is there a way to entice the developers to, I don't know if you could do it, but prioritize local folks? Is that totally against the law or?
No, we can't, we can't do that. We can't do that. However, what we will be doing is setting up workshops, setting up information sessions with our community, talking about the steps they need to do to prepare to be a potential buyer, and to begin to plan early. So, to the extent, once we get the approvals, we're going to be launching a series of seminars and education where if you time it in a year and a half and that first home is built, you're ready to buy a house. And so there will be those things. You'll get on list as potential buyers of interest, and folks will contact you. But we can't designate, 100 homes for people that live here or whatever. That we cannot do.
Thank you. So go ahead, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to open it up to the city council to.
Yeah, as Renee said, I mean, as much as I would love to be able to say, the first 400 homes are strictly for Gonzales residents, federal law will not allow you to do that. What we can do, like Renee said, is we're going to hopefully put some workshops together where folks will come in and hopefully get educated on what the process is to qualify for a home. We're hoping that we get enough of those folks that we can actually put them on a list, go to the new home builder that's after the development is accepted, go to that home builder and say, by the way, Mr. Home Builder, here are 100 pre-qualified local residents that would love to buy your product. Now, I can't imagine any builder in his right mind not looking at that list and saying, you're bringing me 100 pre-qualified buyers? I don't have to advertise? He'd be foolish not to at least look at that first 100 list and, again, be able to say, well, okay, we'll look at this. But that's really all we can do. And it really will be up to the builder. The builder can simply take that list and go, thank you very much. I'm going to put it on the market and see what happens. That's his right. And as much as we would like to, set aside X number of homes for affordable housing, you got to understand that as much as I would like to do that, and I'm sure the rest of the council, in order for this development to happen is these guys are pouring tons of money into all the infrastructure that he just discussed. So you have to have some home rate or market rate homes so that he can make a profit. I mean, if not, he's not going to be in this business for very long. No builder is going to be in a business for that long if they can't have market rate housing. I think, what is it, this developer's doing 30% affordable housing?
We're looking at 30% with workforce and everything.
Yeah, and that's a huge number. I mean, typically, I think they're only required 10, right?
Yeah, you see 10, 15, some 20s.
Yeah, they're only required that amount. So the fact that this guy's coming in at 30, that's fantastic for our community. I mean, there's organizations out there that they're saying that, it should be 40 or 50%. Well, yeah, they're not paying for all that infrastructure. So it's easy for them to say that.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just real quick, just to add to what City Manager Mendez mentioned and so forth, obviously a lot has happened the last several years. The current council, the prior council has been engaged for a number of years, and luckily we've had the same city manager here for the last decade plus, which is extremely rare. I mean, just tell you, it's extremely rare to have the same executive in place, particularly in the state of California. So we're blessed in that regard. But with that, we've been able to use Renee's keen insight and leadership and network, if you will, to get where we're at today. And so there's been a lot of infrastructure in place. And Renee mentioned things like wastewater and water and the industrial park, et cetera. There's a number of things. We have a microgrid that's getting, for power is happening. I mean, there's a number of things that are in the works that have put us in this place to where we have two major developments that are being proposed. And frankly, Gonzales is ready. So it really comes down to how much how much and how quickly, right? So as noted, we really look to your body, to make sure you're engaged with the developers. It sounds like you are, which is awesome. As Mr. Mendez mentioned, the council, is, won't approve anything unless we know that you're on board and you have your school sites, et cetera, there. And that being said, we also ask that you're engaged, that we're not, because we've been pushing, and as Renee mentioned, we're looking at early 2022 for the LAFCO application. It's something we've been chasing, pre-COVID. We were trying to get that in, but with COVID, I got slowed down, and here we are now, and we're trying to get here at the end of the year, and it's pushed slightly to the beginning of the year, beginning of next year. But last thing we want is to get there and start moving and realize, oh, the school board's still waiting. School board's still thinking about it. So we're, reaching costs, as elected, member, like yourselves, elected members, make sure you stay engaged and let's move with this thing. And if there is an issue where, you're at a stalemate, let's have a meeting. Let's talk about it. Let's see what we can do. But aside from that, Mr. Mendez mentioned that these developments that are proposed, they're a 50-year plan. And it's true, they're 30, 50 years to get all, 6,000 homes in. I mean, that's a lot of homes. I mean, we're talking, major expansion of Gonzales. But that being said, is, on behalf of the City of Gonzales, I sit on AMBAG, which is a regional agency that takes it's called the Regional Housing Needs Assessment. So the arena numbers from the state. They have an 8-year cycle. We're right now approving. We have the draft numbers, and we're going to approve here in next spring the growth. Our region, which is broken into 3 counties in Santa Cruz, San Benito, and Monterey, and Santa Cruz and Monterey alone, their state's looking for that region to grow by 33,000 homes, which is nuts. Gonzales is sitting numerically, this is the 3rd largest growth in Monterey County, behind Salinas and then unincorporated Monterey County. So with that, we're looking at the next 8 years. The state's saying, and the regional groups are agreeing that Gonzales needs to grow someplace between 2,200 to 2,300 more homes. So when we talk about 400 being the first phase, I mean, very quickly we'll be talking by a lot more. So stay engaged, stay focused with what the needs are, and obviously a lot of students behind that, and it'll be awesome, be amazing, and a number of us been working on it for years. I have been on the council for a couple of terms now, so it's I've been lucky enough to been through the cycle, but previously in the previous cycle we were only given a couple hundred homes, which of course with the way the market was and so forth, didn't really happen. But now here we are, and now we're being looking at a few thousand homes, so which is awesome. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. The other board members, city council members, sorry.
I really don't have much to add. My colleagues have said everything. I think the idea is just to let everyone know, to realize that we're looking at long-term here. So because we're looking at long-term, it is going to take some time. But all of us that sit up here want these homes just as much as everyone in our community does. We want them to come. So we're working as hard as we can. And we ask the school board to be engaged, just as Councilmember Funk has said. So
Thank you.
that's all I have. Thank you.
Just to add, the Fifth Street Bridge has always been an issue, or overcrossing. It's really not a bridge. But the one thing we got to remember, and Caltrans has made pretty clear, whatever proposal we give them, it's about a 5-year approval time.
Wow.
And a lot in our little part of the world here can be changing within 5 years. So it would be really nice, but we also have to remember, no matter what you do to the east side, as soon as you get over to this side of town, over the Fifth Street overcrossing, you're down to 2 lanes, and there's almost no way to solve that unless you start taking houses out, which none of us want to do. So I think we really, as City Manager Mendez said, really have to look at just developing different ways to get over to the east side. I think that's going to be more of a solution than hoping some magic's gonna happen to Fifth Street there, and all of a sudden, we're gonna be able to change it, because I spent a lot of years looking at that and trying to figure it out, and there's not a whole bunch of solutions to it, just the way that unfortunately it is. So, thank you.
Thank you. Well, I think part of the solution for that is as we grow in our community to grow smartly. And also, once we build schools on the other side, that's going to alleviate a lot of the traffic on Fifth Street and hopefully spread the traffic throughout the new development. Also, for our public that's listening, it's important that our families are educated in how we get funded as a public, entity. It's through the taxes of the cost of your homes. That's how, we get funded. So it's important because I always get this question, why do Carmel, why do Monterey, they have a huge budget and all this money is coming back to them? Well, because, their houses are worth a lot more than ours here, and that's how we get taxed. So it's important for our community to understand, that we depend on property value for our budget here in our district. So Rene, I think.
Yeah, well, President, if I can add to that, it's, we're looking at a little bit over 1% of the assessed value that's shared with Menti entities. So the math actually becomes pretty easy. If you 1% of $500,000 home, that amount is being shared. The city gets roughly in the neighborhood, depending on the taxing area, 15, 16 cents of that 1%. And then the school gets its share. Then there's other district, the hospital gets a little piece of it. The rural fire protection district gets a little piece of it as part of it. So that's a significant difference when you have a community where homes are valued, average value of a Carmel home compared to an average value of a Gonzales home. So for the city's perspective, from the city, our largest revenue base is our sales tax. Which it never used to be that way. A long time ago, property tax actually generated. So that's why when you start looking at values, it's a little bit, you want from a city resources revenue perspective, obviously the higher the cost of a home, the more when it sells. Because if your home hasn't sold since pre-Prop 13, that 1% is of 150,000 or 200,000 or whatever it was valued back then. And it appreciates, but it appreciates a little every year. Once it's sold, that's where you get the huge bumps in taxes because, you bought a home that was worth 150,000. Now you pay $700,000 for it. So that's when you see those bumps, but it's still 1%. So, so the whole funding mechanisms have become really challenging. So school looks at impact fees. We look at impact fees for infrastructure. We have other fees. Sales taxes, the community approved the TUT, transaction use tax, school bonds. That's why jurisdictions need to look at other funding sources because it's property tax is not what it used to be. I mean, I pay property tax, but it's not what it used to be from a jurisdiction. It used to be a lot more. So I think that's an important distinction. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you. So at this time I want to thank everybody for coming to our city council members and to Rene, city manager, for coming to our board meeting here. And we look forward to collaborating to continuing this partnership so that we can together grow our community and importantly, make sure that we grow in a smart way and that our students are, well taken care of as they are the future of our community as well. So I'm gonna ask first the board members for a motion to adjourn the joint session.
So move, Cuevas.
Second by,
Araceli.
all those in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Passes with unanimous consent. And then I'm gonna also ask the mayor to make the motion.
Okay, I need a motion for adjournment.
Make a motion.
Paul Miller. Can I have a second? Worthy. So all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Stand adjourned.
Thank you. Thank you all. So at this time, we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna move right into, 5-minute break to reorganize and continue with the Gonzales Unified School District regular board agenda meeting.
This is my last question, really. Has that actually ever happened?
More comments than questions, actually. Jared, he's got a- Yeah, which was
Thank you. Good seeing you. Likewise. So far, yes, just, busy starting up work and school and a bunch of stuff, but it's going well. Thank you for. Tengo a Mónica aquí. Back and forth.
I know, that's what she's
Mr.
doing.
Mayor.
But there's a lot going on. It's accelerating with every family.
$70 million you have that on top of it, so now we're.
Thank you. Good to see you. Good to see you. Good, good. Yes.
I know.
We are 1 minute away from restarting our board meeting. 1 minute. 1 minute. Monica, if you can start the timer, please.
Will do. Thank you.
Oh. Okay, my daughter got her, this ring stuck on her finger. So yeah, no, she's good. My mom's here, so my mom said she got it off with the pliers.
With the pliers, what happened to dish soap?
It didn't work.
Do you have a dish soap?
No.
All right. Can I invite everybody to please take your seat as we're going to restart our board meeting?
Maria, do you have copies of the agenda? I do.
Para ser mandón and, bossy, I'm good at that.
Okay, so
All
we're
right.
going approval of minutes and then you're turning it over to Dr. Drake.
Perfect. So good evening, everybody. Monica. if
Trustee
you can-
Lopez, let me
Yes.
go ahead and start that meeting. Just a second. You'll hear the
I'm sorry.
motion to.
Can I get everybody to please quiet down so I can hear our secretary?
I'm gonna go ahead and start the recording.
Awesome. Thank you. And again, welcome, everybody. We are returning from a little recess from ending our joint session with the City of Gonzales and the Gonzales Unified School District Board members. So moving on, we are approving of the minutes. Can I please get
So move Cuevas. Second, Araceli.
all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Passes with unanimous consent. Monica, did we do that right?
Yes,
Okay, perfect.
thank you.
Okay, moving on to item 20,
Public comment.
public comments. Any public comments? On your end, Monica?
None on my end, thank you.
Thank you. Awesome.
Mm.
So moving on to item number 21, information items. 21.1, request for proposals, RFP, evaluation and ranking of architectural firms for the design and construction of a new elementary school. Presentation?
So just to review, I'm going to ask Dr. Drake and our Director of MOT, Trini Zavala, to come up to the front of the library. They will be bringing you a presentation on the submittals for consideration for the architectural firm for the new Fano Academy. So Dr. Drake and Mr. Zavala will be reviewing the criteria, the application process, so that the public is aware. The board received the application proposals approximately 6 weeks ago and went through, the district provided them with 3 different firms. And Dr. Drake, as well as Mr. Zavala, will be explaining the process used to arrive at those 3 and the recommendation to the board. And I see Mr. Zavala. I'm not quite sure where we lost Dr. Drake. There he comes. Okay.
We're just glad to have you back, Dr. Drake.
And before you begin, we do have a translator, if he's still here. Do we have anybody in audience or? Nope. Oh, he left. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, well, next on the agenda, I'd like to first of all introduce myself. James Drake, Associate Superintendent at CBO, in case some of you may have forgotten my name. I haven't been here for a few weeks. I've been back recuperating from surgery at home, but still working from home, and I've been checking in, watching you guys on Zoom. So keeping up with all the developments and keeping up with everything here at the board meetings. It's really exciting listening to Mr. Mendez and other members of the City Council talk about the new developments that are coming. The houses and all the new economic development. But of course, that's going to necessitate some new schools and construction. And so to do that, we are doing our part, and we are planning for construction of a new elementary school on the Fano property. And so to get that process going, the first step has been our architect selection process. And so over the summer, Mr. Zavala, Trini Zavala, our MOT director, and I have been working on this together, along with Superintendent Irving and other members of the board. And so I just want to give a brief overview here. If we can go to our first slide, or maybe it's the second slide.
So Dr. Drake, we need you behind the podium so that the public can also see you.
Oh, I was trying to be anonymous
As well
here.
as Mr.
Okay.
Zavala. There we go.
Okay. So back in the summer, back in July, we issued a request for proposals for architectural services for design and construction of a new district elementary school. And so in August, we received proposals from 6 different architectural firms for that construction and design. And so at that time, copies of those 6 proposals were distributed to administrators and members of our school board. Moving to our next slide. I met with Mr. Zavala and also Superintendent Irving, and we discussed these proposals, and we used a standardized rubric to rate each of these proposals in 5 different areas. And actually, it might be hard, it's really hard to see this, isn't it? When we put this on the PowerPoint, the printing is very small, but I actually do have copies of that rubric, and I can give these to you. If the board would like to see copies of this, we only have about 10 copies or so, but maybe we can share, we can make some more copies later.
We have it on our computers.
Yeah, on the presentation.
Okay, but can you see the actual writing on the rubric?
Yeah, we can zoom in.
Okay, good.
Cost is
Okay, so
$40.
if anyone else would like to see the copies so they can actually see what's on the form, we do have some additional copies here. So using a standardized rubric, we narrowed that down to the top 3 firms So if we can move to our next slide.
May I ask that you elaborate on what the 5 components of the rubric are?
Okay, and actually, I'm going to pass it over to Trini so he can talk a little bit about that too.
Good evening. So, all actually the 6 architect firms that were chose that actually were interested in the project, they were graded by project cost, project scheduling, and by project scheduling, that means that how much experience they have on projects of this magnitude, and if they always kept the projects in the schedule. That means that if the project is scheduled to be 24 months, then it go 30 months, 36 months, because that will put an impact on cost. The longer the project it takes, the more money it will cost additional to the actual budget and the beginning price, the proposed price. And then proposed staffing. That means that architects have enough resources. They have enough personnel to handle projects, change orders, to handle if there's any need for additional assistance for engineering, that kind of assistance that they might need during the project. And that goes also with additional resources. If they have people that they work with, that they're work on projects similar to a school construction or public construction. And then relevant experience, how much experience they have in projects of this magnitude, how much experience they have worked with the other resources, and how many projects they have completed and how many projects they have going on at the same time. So all these points were evaluated and were taken in consideration. Next slide.
Okay, I'll jump back in. And so using that standardized rubric and discussing each of those 5 areas, we came up with the top 3 firms, which were identified as PBK WLC, In Studio /SVA, and 196. And so once we narrowed it down to those 3, then we conducted online Zoom interviews with representatives from each of those firms. And Mr. Zavala was there. We invited Mr. Lopez and also Ms. Cuevas as officers of the board to represent the board during those meetings as well. And so they sat in on those Zoom meetings and took part in observing, asking questions. And so then through that process, they gave an overview of their background, as Mr. Zavala was saying, their history, their experience, staffing, and other qualifications. And so at the end of that, they had each given PowerPoint presentations during the interview outlining their experience. And so I requested that they send us those PowerPoints, which they did. And so then we distributed those PowerPoints to the board members and Superintendent Irving. And so then based on this information and the information from our previous rubric scoring that we'd done, we identified the top 2 firms, in our opinion, as PBK WLC and In Studio SVA. Okay, next slide, please. So that's where we are at this point. And so now we invite any questions, comments.
And I'll open it to our board members. Let's begin with our youth. You have any questions? Okay, great. Mr. Ayon?
Just a point of clarification. And maybe this is to Superintendent Irving. Is this discussion here, is it for the board to make a recommendation from one of these 2 firms, or?
So the board, the recommendation from staff is either of those 2 finalist firms. Both Dr. Drake as well as Mr. Zavala can talk about the pros and cons as to how they arrived at that conclusion. And then it's our desire that the board vote or identify the firm this evening, enabling us to start working with them to do a draft design.
Thank you. Okay, with that, I have read all three proposals, as you would imagine, and they're all in terms of cost, they're all very close. You know, the PBK, WLC, the difference between them and ISA is 60,170, and the difference between ISA and 196 Architects is 85,000. So this is a budget of about 2.3 million, give or take a couple pennies, right? So, you know, 60,000 or even 85,000 in that is not, I don't think a significant difference, even though it's a lot of money, but not compared to 2 million. So I think for that reason, what I'm looking at is not so much cost, because I think they're so close, especially the two that were recommended by staff, PWK and WLC and ISA. To me, I like the fact that ISA is the closest, right? And their office is in Salinas, but you know, one of the managing partners, he lives here in town. You know, with this type of project, I mean, we're talking about, I mean, it's a potentially massive project. And I think that having that proximity, even though the other place is from San Luis, which is not too far, you know, since, you know, that's where Cal Poly is, and I went there. So anyway, sorry, point of privilege. But based on that, the fact that I think it's a local outfit who has done quite a bit of work at our school in the past, also at the city. So it has those connections. I think as the city council was saying that, you know, they're expecting for this thing to go. And, you know, we really can't have any delays from any parties, whether it's the school board or, you know, our partners, the architects. And so I think for that reason, I recommend that we go with ISA.
I'd like to clarify just for a moment before we go any further. Our purpose here tonight is to present information about the selection process and where we stand so far. But really, it's an opportunity for you as board members to ask questions, to learn more, to talk with each other, but also members of the public, people who are here, people who may be listening on Zoom, members of the community, so they can also ask questions, get more information. To actually approve an architectural firm would take an action item on a future agenda.
Yes.
So you don't necessarily have to reach a decision tonight, but it's an opportunity for you to learn more and again, to gather information so that you can make that choice.
Thank you, Dr. Drake, for that clarification. And again, this is under the agenda. We have it under information items. So therefore, it's information for the board and for the community to ask questions like Dr. Drake was mentioning. As we move forward, though, I think it's important for us, maybe Superintendent, if we can get maybe a timeline of what dates we need to do or what needs to.
And I apologize because I had understood this was going for an action item and I didn't pay attention to the agenda. I do apologize for that because the staff was coming forward with a recommendation this evening. So what'll happen is the board will be able to discuss or ask any questions they might have. This will then be brought back on December 14th, which is going to be a really packed agenda, really packed.
We started early.
We started this at 5:30, so.
Well, just to follow up on Mr. Ion's comment about cost, you're right. The top two firms, the cost is very close. I believe percentage-wise, the PBK, I have to get all these letters straight here. WLC's projected cost or proposed cost was 4.95%, and I believe that in-studio SVA's proposal was 5%. So we're talking about a difference of 0.05%.
Thank you.
Projected costs.
Yeah.
Projected
Of course,
cost.
the final agreement still needs to be negotiated.
Yes.
Yes.
That was just their proposed cost.
And with that, I like very much on page 3 from the ISA information where it says, as always, I will quote it, the ISA SVA team is open and flexible to discuss our fee structure and approach to ensure that our clients are receiving the best value for your investments and make sure that our fee is fair and competitive. I just really like that sentence. That's all I have to say on that.
No, I had all those books on my table, looking through them, and I trust Dr. Drake as far as what the numbers go and didn't delve into those. What I was looking at was past projects and history. And so I as well like the past projects and the fact that working on, local and supporting local as well with the SBA, just the projects that have been done in the past and seeing the progress and how quickly they've been done is what caught my attention.
Thank
So
you.
thank you for bringing that forward.
You're welcome.
Ms. Flores?
So I had questions regarding for ISA regarding the sustainability, which was very attracting to me, because I know that our town or is, in the, we're going towards being green and leaving, what is it, less carbon footprints and whatnot. And so I'd like to know more about the sustainable component on how they plan to really, when they build a school, how they plan to incorporate sustainable lighting, water, even in regards to light. What are we going to use? What's the plan that will allow it to be sustainable?
That's a great question. We can go back and we can ask that and get more information on that.
Great. Ms. Cuevas?
I was actually able to sit in and so I don't have any questions.
Thank you. And likewise, thank you to all the firms that submitted proposals for us to consider. There's a lot of work that goes into submitting these projects to any school district. I also attended and heard the presentations from the three firms, and although this is not, we're not taking action on this item at the moment, but I do concur and agree with Mr. Ayon and the majority of the board that, I too support the choice of staying local. This firm is invested in our community. There's projects that, we can visibly see, not only there's the new Hartdale campus in Soledad that was just built, and so they're invested in our community. So I think it's important that we support also our community businesses and build that collaboration, that partnership for moving forward to, achieve student success.
Yeah,
So
those are great points.
at this time, do we have any online questions or comments? Any member of the public here that would like to share any thoughts, ideas, or challenge the the majority of the board? Okay. Well, thank you again
Thank you,
for
gentlemen.
your
Great,
information.
thank you very
and
much.
It's going to be brought up at the next board meeting for an action item. Thank you. Hi, Monica. Sorry, I missed something.
No, you're fine. Go ahead.
Thank you. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and move on to item number 22, communications, LCAP presentation by the Gonzales leadership team.
So this evening, the board is going to be receiving a 3-minute or less update on each of the LCAP goals as per our board governance calendar. The updates will be provided by members of the leadership team who are monitoring both the implementation as well as any type of measurements, be it baseline early in the year or gradual growth, so that the leadership team members are aware. You will be going up to the podium, and technology services is indulging my request to put the timer on. So you'll have a visual cue as to how time is quickly passing. So
Is there a prize here?
I'm going to ask the members who are supporting LCAP Goal 1 to come on up.
Winner.
Until they get to the.
And Monica, if you can pull up the PowerPoint.
No questions. No questions.
Trying to get that going.
Yes.
Let me see if I can get that. There you go. All right. Ready when you are.
Alicia, are you the lead for LCAP Goal 1?
I was Voluntold.
90 seconds.
Hey, hey.
Hey, timer started.
Good evening, board members, board president, and Superintendent Irvin. We're the team for Goal 1 for the LCAP. I am Dr. Hector Galicia, and I'm going to have each one of my members introduce themselves briefly before we start our presentation.
Good evening. My name is Trini Zavala. I'm a MOT director.
Miguel Malagon, Fairview School Principal.
Magali Morales, HR and Business Services Specialist.
And I've been delighted to work with all my members. So sorry.
Our clock is ticking. Hello, David Nava, expanded learning specialist.
So today we'll be presenting Goal 1. An overview of the state priorities is basic services, implementation of state standards, and student achievement. An overall of this goal is that all GUSD students will experience quality, rigorous, and relevant standard-based instruction that improves academic performance provided by highly effective teachers, safe, clean facilities, and access to 21st century tools that enhance teaching and learning.
Next slide is just 4 different icons on what is the focus for goal number 1. As an example, you have the instructional materials, right? The second one will be the facilities, the maintenance, the operations of the district, as well as how that encompasses the school safetiness. And then we have the highly qualified educators. And lastly, the last icon would represent, of course, 21st century skills and how are we implementing those for our students to be prepared.
So as you can see on our next slide, in this slide, is that a report that was presented to the board in September 14. And in that report, it states that our district is up to date with the instructional materials. So we are pretty good on that.
The next one, can you hear me? It's the Williams Facility Inspection Tool, FIT, if you're familiar with it. Basically up there letting us know about the evaluation we had and where we're at currently and our projected goals. So we're talking about the infrastructure, interior, cleanliness, restroom safety, structural, external. So basically, if you have access to that, then you can see where we're at currently and what we project in the coming year.
Go ahead. Quickly, please.
Okay, so on the Williams facility, actually, he took my slide here. Yeah, we're a team. Okay, so part of the Williams facility system and the FIT tool is that we're upgrading the HVAC, interior surfaces, cleanliness, restrooms, fountains, fire safety, structural damage and roofs. All those items are being updated, and that's part of the Williams inspection tool. And as you can see, it was 93% and our projected. You can go back to the last slide, please. Our goal for 2023-24 is to be at 97%. So, okay, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
LCAP goal 2.
Makes it fun.
And the clock is ticking.
All right, good evening, board members. We're not going to have all of our members introduced. We have this lovely, next slide, please. We have our lovely Bitmojis that have unfortunately cut off Miss Yesenia Argueta. However, Mr. Alvin the Tug, Miss Candace Camacho, Miss Rosie Avila, Miss Yesenia Argueta, and myself, Carol Lagan. Next slide. So we reviewed goal 2. It has to do with college and career readiness and being academically prepared, as well as being prepared in terms of language proficiency for all those things that are going to come after high school. Next slide. So the first section in our goal 2 is student interventions and enhancements. Next slide.
To shrink it.
Yeah. So for the student interventions and enhancements, we have lots of extra programs, right, that facilitate those items. It's at La Gloria, things like Dreambox and Lexia, which addresses math and ELA. Things in secondary for like Fairview and GHS, it's iReady.
I apologize.
Credit recovery, things like Apex and Edgenuity for special education. We also implemented the, oh, thank you. So hard to read when it's like that in chunks. My apologies. So the ICAs were administered. That's basically a practice test for the state testing that comes in the spring. And another goal there is for the teachers, students, and parents all have access to that information in order to gauge students' progress and then respond to that data in a timely manner. Next slide. So one of the additional goals is to explore and adopt a data management system. We chose Illuminate. Teachers are receiving training on how to use that. We also provide opportunities for intervention and support both before and after school, Saturday school program, ACES, Apex, and we've added a GHS intervention specialist. So next slide. So identification, services, and reclassification of English learners are kind of the second heading under that goal. Next slide. So again, instructional materials, making sure we're focusing on important standards, monitoring assessment, providing professional development, purchasing a program in order to monitor the progress of our English language learners, and making sure that we have adequate funds in order to carry out summative and initial LPAC testing, which is very labor intensive. So next slide. Sorry, it's impossible in 3 minutes, apparently.
We're gonna work on that.
With technical difficulties, they can't read. All right, so the details, 803 students last year were tested. Those are the percentages, again, that earned a 3 or a 4. We tested more students, but the scores dropped a little bit, probably due to the circumstances of the testing. We are part of what they're talking about with master schedule. That's equal access for students with disabilities and additionally students who are English language learners. We're in the process of examining those master schedules to see how that is sorting out. The one update we can provide is FMS now provides ELD embedded in the core classes, which allows students an additional opportunity to take those electives. Next slide. And college and career readiness, which is the third section under this LCAP action. Thank you, under this LCAP goal. And Candace, I'm gonna let you.
Okay, very quickly, we were looking at basically what's on the menu for some of our college and career actions. This isn't all encompassing, but this is just a tiny snapshot. So if we look at 2021, we had 6 dual enrollment classes. That's essentially our college level classes that are here on campus for students to take. And then there's been growth in 21-22 where we have 13 that are scheduled for this school year. Last school year, there were 32 CTE, career technical education sections, and this year we have 44 CTE sections, and that includes our middle school group. And then with regards to advanced placement courses, we have 6 classes last year. We have 5 this school year. However, in the sequencing of things, it's appropriate because the one that's not there currently is our AP Computer Science Principles. And with regard to sequence, our kids didn't have that level just yet. So more to come. And I think, oh, and then next slide, please. Partners and supporters that kind of go all into the college and career readiness piece. You'll see different brands and so forth. These are certifications or post-secondary partners, career technical or organizations for student leadership and so forth. So the end. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation.
LCAP Goal 3.
I know it's late, but
Good evening, board members, Superintendent Irving. We have the arduous task of going in 3 minutes to the LCAP Goal 3. I'm Jerry Serrano, Principal, Gonzales High School.
Martin Diaz, MOT Coordinator.
Claudia Berlin, Assistant Director, Student Services. Diana Dietrich, Assistant Principal, La Gloria.
Silvia Covarrubias, Attendant Supervisor.
And just to go on through before we get into the facts here, LCAP Goal 3 is the all Gonzales Unified School Districts will be provided an adequate, safe, and welcoming learning environment where students attend, engage, and feel connected. Next slide. Okay, so our priority needs in the decreased suspension, expulsion, and the chronic absenteeism rates, we want to provide to make sure we do 3 things: school climate, student engagement and attendance, maintain low suspension and expulsion rates, and provide professional development. Next slide. Some examples of those as we strive to support services and promote student being positive, school climate where students feel welcome, connected, engaged. As you can see there, virtual calming corners and physical calming corners at Fairview Middle and Gonzales High School. Continued collaboration with community agencies around violence prevention, counseling, the LGBTQ and support, etc. Tier 2 and Tier 3 mental health supports, Monterey County behavioral health, counseling services and supports through district social workers, counselors, and school psychologists, and attendance incentives and rewards at LGE, and also that school and community cultural events. Next slide. In regards to maintaining low suspension and expulsion rates, we want to keep going on providing ongoing implementation of our PBIS supports at all our sites, LG participation in the Mental Health Student Service Act, the migrant, collaboration with the MCBH and MCOE to build systems that will integrate mental health, existing PBIS, MTSS frameworks, provide rewards, PBS rewards online. Once again, going to mental health, behavioral, and academic needs, addressing to make sure that we go to the SST process, the 504s, making sure that our IEPs are documented and going through. Collaboration, of course, with our social workers, school counselors, school psychologists, our MCBH therapists, our community partners for conflict resolution and behavior intervention. Next slide, please. In regards to professional development, so far we've had a motivational speaker with Michael Bonner and relating to our students, welcoming back with the pandemic, SEL, training through Dr. Joel Hood, Thriving University, the ABCs of SEAL, social, emotional, and academic learning, ELD trainings through Ms. Doris Salazar at the MCOE. We've had IC trainings, the L roadmap through our instructional coaches, math trainings through our MCOE, iReady, Illuminate, Lexia. Once again, going to bloodborne pathogens, CPS, the GRRs, McKinney-Vento, homeless. And then, of course, to our MOTS, earthquake, fire duct, and cover evacuations and ALICE trainings. And in the last slide, our desired outcomes for 2023-24 is to reduce the absenteeism rate, 3.2% or below, to maintain the district attendance rates at or above 95%, to decrease our suspension rates, to decrease the number of student expulsions, and there will be no middle or high school dropouts. Sí se puede.
Sí se puede, claro.
LCAP Group Goal 4.
right, so y'all can hear me, right? Okay, so good evening, board member, Superintendent Irving. LCAP number 4 is this illustrious team. We have one member who is on the internet, Miss Monica Silva. She was our lead. Just want to give her some kudos because she helped do a lot of this work that you're going to see in front of us. So for LCAP goal number 4, if we can go next slide, we'll do some introductions real quick. Go for it.
So, Sophia Ramirez, Personnel Coordinator.
Mark Demick, Principal, La Gloria.
James Drake, Associate Superintendent, CBO.
Monica Silva, Administrative Assistant to the Superintendent.
Sonia Vallejo, I'm the Parent Engagement Liaison. So we are presenting LCAP Goal 4, Community Engagement. And the main goal is Gonzales parents, staff, and community members will be fully invested in a collaborative partnership that results in positive educational outcomes for all students.
All right, so some of our 21-22 highlights regarding community engagement. 4.1A is providing parent education classes and workshops. 4.1D is providing technical assistance and digital literacy support to families. And 4.2C is providing a community liaison to support community engagement.
And what that looks like is coming off COVID, we know that community engagement it took a hit. So what we're doing now is we're strengthening the recruitment process for our school site councils, English Learner Advisory Committee, District Advisory Committee, District English Learner Advisory Council, Parent Teacher Associations, Cafecitos, and then some of the different things you might see here is their partnership with the Santa Fe Market, the Brighter Bites programs that we have, adult school and parent nights that you'll see being rolled out as well. So we're going back to the basics and strengthening the recruitment and the parent involvement in these organizations is a primary focus. And well, we got 22 seconds left. And our secret weapon, we have our parent community engagement liaison, Sonia. Yeah.
Really fast, I'm sorry, I was a little bit nervous, but I just wanted to let you know that I'm here to support the parents. And like they say, I'm ready to rock and I'm ready to support our parents and our community.
There we go.
Closing it off really quickly, I just want to say thank you to my team, and I do very, very much apologize for not being present there. I just wanted to thank them so much for taking it on and appreciate you guys so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Monica, too, for your leadership. Great. So, questions from the board? 1 minute each. I'm kidding. You know I love you, Cesar. So.
Oh, you're talking to me? No, just a clarification question. I believe it was LCAP goal 3 with the goals of having 0 dropouts, and they were very aggressive. But so are these aspirational? Because that's pretty like 0 dropouts. I don't know that any school has that.
Well, it's aspirational, but it's also legal. We have no other choice than to be working towards 0 dropouts.
No, right. Clearly we want to do that, but are we gonna get an update after to see, you know, on these goals, like how far did we come or how close did we get to it? And I think there was like 6 goals or something like that.
Yes, so that's the purpose of the quarterly presentations. You'll see 3 more presentations of this type. The last one will be the bridge to the following year of LCAP. The dropout numbers will continue to be presented in my superintendent's report at the end of the year, and also in January when we're talking about how many kids are on track for graduation. One of the things that we will be expanding, though, is you also heard reference to middle school dropout. That is an area of concern for this district because we have in fact had middle schoolers drop out by 8th grade. and they've fallen off of the radar. And so there is intentionality on the part of leadership to make sure that all of those students are identified and supported.
Great. And maybe our parent liaison can be, the key here that can help us, locate these families and kids and bring them back on board. Thank you again for your presentations. Sorry, here,
I'm
Go
gonna
ahead.
keep it really short because there's a lot of information to take in at one time. I did like everything near and dear to my heart. I would love to see our CTE pathways increase. So that's just food for thought for the future.
Flores?
No, and kind of saying the same and near and dear to my heart. I really like seeing the focus of SEL and mental health. I think that's really important because if as a human being, if your mental health is not stable, everything else is harder to do. So I really love seeing that. So I look forward to looking at what the updates look like to that.
Ms. Cuevas?
So other than I agree with Celeste, you need to be able to offer more to the students, so.
And just maybe we can also get an update on the truancies. I don't know how that's going, because I think that's an important part of accountability and making sure that our students, why are they not here?
But we will add that to the January agenda.
Perfect, thank you.
Jose, just, I'm sorry, just one last thing. The AP classes, it went from 6 to 5, and do you know which class it was that was?
Yeah.
The computer science. Okay, thank you. Oh, and actually you said that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Great, well, thank you again for your presentations. Moving on to item 22.2, Gonzales Teachers Association GTA report. Who's here? Oh, welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, members of the board president, Superintendent Irving. I am going to keep this very short and sweet. So GTA had its first board collaborative. We did meet with 2 of the board members, board member Celeste Daniels and board member Araceli Flores. And we felt it was a very productive and positive meeting. We discussed in depth ways we can work together to bridge any gap between the district, GTA, CSEA, and the community. And we are looking forward to our next board collaborative. I feel like we came up with some really great ideas, and we're looking forward to that.
Thank you.
That is it.
Thank you. Number item 22.3, California School Employees Association, CSEA report. So since Sonia.
Yes, so I don't believe we have a CSEA representative here at the current time. CSEA is experiencing transition with the loss of Sonia Vallejo as their president coming into the unrepresented group. We hope to have an update for the board by December as to new leadership.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to item number 22.4, student board member report.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Holly Betancourt, student board member. I recently attended a student board training, and during this training, I was able to collaborate with other student board members around California, and we were able to share some ideas and learn new things to bring back to our schools. So myself and Andrew, the other student board member, were working on seeing what ideas we liked and which ones we're going to bring back to our school.
Thank you. Awesome, thank you. Moving on to item 22.5, La Gloria Elementary School report, please.
All right, good evening, everybody. A quick update on things, fun things, excellent things going on at La Gloria. So we had about 80 students sign up for Ballet Folklorico, which is really cool. And we've had a good percentage return. And a big thank you to Miss Mancera, Arely Mancera, a parent volunteer who is heading this and leading this from the bottom of her heart, investing time every Friday from 4 to 5 p.m. We just had our book parade on Friday, the 29th of October, and that was really well attended by the community, lots of parents around the path. So thank you so much for showing up, parents. That was really cool. Hat Day will be coming up, will be happening this coming Friday. And that'll also coincide with our morning assembly. We might have Spike showing up again, so that'll be really cool. And we're working on attendance incentives to really reward students for showing up per classroom. So looking at ways to have them be excited for earning rewards for coming to school 100% of the time. So we're looking at school-wide incentives there. And Mr. Demick and I had a lot of fun this past, I think it was Monday, when we hosted a free recess for students who purchased. They gave up 30 Bulldog bucks and they had a free recess in the afternoon. So that was really cool. And speaking of extra recess, we have some winners to announce. We had an anti-bullying chant contest. And so for kindergarten, we had Miss Robinson's class winning, which is very cool. First grade, Miss Ramirez. Second grade, Miss Barubi's class. Third grade, Mrs. Esquillo's class. Fourth grade, Mr. Martinez. And fifth grade, Miss Ross's class. So the winners are going to get an extra recess. So that seems to be a really popular prize so far for a lot of the kiddos. They're enjoying getting that extra recess. So far, so good.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Awesome. Any questions for La Gloria Elementary School? Thank you so much. Next up is Fairview Middle School.
Good evening, Superintendent Irvin, board members, parents at home, and colleagues present and parents present. Miguel Malagon, Fairview principal. There's a lot of stuff going on at Fairview Middle School right now. We had, I want to start by congratulating our 8th grade boys soccer team. They won the tournament, so they made us proud. They play really well, so congratulations, guys. The award ceremonies was well attended. We had plenty of parents who took time of their busy day to support their kids, and we were excited to recognize all those scholars. Cafecito was also well attended today. We had people in person, and we also have a few online. We almost ran out of bread today, so that was a good sign. We are having a book tournament at Fairview Middle School. That book tournament is a healthy competition between boys and girls, and boys were leading, but now boys came back and they are on the lead right now. So we are encouraging everybody to check out a book and be part of the tournament. We are continuing encouraging parents to become PTA members, and also if they want to be an officer, please let me know. We're still looking for nominations. And I also like to remind our parents and students at home that there is no school on Thursday. However, we do have school on Friday, and students who are present are going to have the opportunity to win 3 earbuds. So earbuds, I'm sorry. So that's my report for tonight. Thank you.
Mr. Malagon, and maybe this question also is going to apply to La Gloria in the high school, is do you have your school site councils finalized and with your leadership, or we still struggling there? They're all done? Okay.
That is correct. We also have it ready and running already.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gonzales High School. Ñero Campo.
All right, good evening once again, everyone on the internet and Superintendent Irving and board members. I'm going to go high tech, low tech. So we'll start with high tech. Wanted to give a shout out to the students of Miss Medina's class and Miss Medina for putting together the Dia de los Muertos project. Hopefully some of us were out to see it in full force during lunch. It was great to see the altars, altares of our tíos and tías, abuelos, abuelas, sobrinos. It was a beautiful sight to see. So thank you for putting that together. Our PBIS team is also working really hard regarding attendance. We know that attendance coming back from a pandemic, we've been doing our best to support our students, putting together some PBIS rewards. So we've been collaborating around attendance incentives to get our students in, grade level competitions, 9 through 12, individual classrooms. So we are brainstorming ideas in terms of how to incentivize our students. Our after-school tutorials are going off as we speak. They've been very successful. We have quite a few tutorials after school for math where Mr. Ito and Ramos, Mr. Carlson, Ms. Perez have set up after-school tutorials, Ms. Lesser, Ms. Rodriguez, so 3:15 to 4:15. That is open to any student who needs to come in to, have a sit-down one-to-one or small group for intervention or support in terms of their academics. Regarding our ICAs, we recently went through our interim comprehensive assessments in ELA and math. We're doing makeups this week. So far, we've got about 65% of our students who weren't able to complete in prior ICA to come into the cafeteria and do makeups. We expect to complete the rest by the end of this week. Our academic coach, Ms. Angela Perez, myself, and Mr. Soriano are working with our students regarding makeups. Regarding new hires, we'd like to welcome Ms. Sita Ayala to the Spartan family. She is our intervention specialist, so we're excited to have her on board. We also had an 11th and 12th grade parent informational night last week with our academic counselors, our DCAC Gear Up program, ETS. So it was great to see our parents virtually. We talked about college and career readiness, A through G, high school graduation requirements, the importance of showing up on time, attendance, truancy. So we had a really good turnout and a lot of good involvement. Lastly, in my 30 seconds, I want to give a shout out to our various sports teams. Starting off with our volleyball, they were division champs. So congratulations to them. We also had quite a few student athletes who were named first team, second team, and also MVP Defensive Player of the Year. Our cross country also were league champs. They're going to be going out to CCS to compete. We also had student athletes in cross country who were in all league. And lastly, tennis. Ms. Hennessy Brown was the individual league champion for singles. So congratulations to our scholar athletes. They are scholar athletes, and we are extremely proud of them. That's all I got.
Thank you. Any questions? Mr.
Thank you for the report. And congratulations to the sports teams for sure. Anyway, for the after-school tutorials, do we have an idea about how many kids go to like in a week, or, I mean, obviously not in a day because it might change, but do we have just a ballpark, like how many kids are we, trying to help?
So they drop in as needed. So we have some students who are there, Monday through Tuesday or Wednesday, because each class has different schedules. Some go Monday through Wednesday, some go 2 days a week. So roughly, we're looking at about 15 to 20 kids per. We're always looking to increase capacity, but it just depends on the student individual need.
So 15 to 20 per subject area, like math?
Per tutorial, yeah.
Per tutorial. Oh, okay. Okay, thank you.
The parent night, you said you had a good attendance. About how many parents did you have?
Oh, off the top of my head, I can give you the total attendance. I couldn't break it down by parent, but I think we had about 65, 70 in attendance. So for being an online platform, that was a pretty good turnout.
Ms. Flores? No? Ms.
Thank you.
Cuevas?
Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation, and we're moving on to superintendent's report, please.
So as soon as Ms. Silva gets that pulled up. Monica, you there?
I don't think your mic's on.
Yeah. There we go.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So if we can go ahead to the next slide, you're going to see that I have included slides before in my superintendent's updates that usually talk about kudos to staff. I have had my semantics corrected. The leadership team is working with a consultant around social emotional leadership. And one of the things he expressed to me was kudos is more along the lines of that a boy, good job. But expressions of gratitude is a better representation of a sincere thank you. And so I'd like to continue by acknowledging the following. So the board has seen this photo this evening, not only in the presentation attached to LCAP, but also referred to in Mr. Ocampo's update. One of the things that I want to commend Ms. Medina on is specifically the idea of culturally relevant pedagogy. In a district of 97% Latino, it's important to build on the cultural assets that our students come to school with. There was no better example than the altar, and to be quite honest, the students and adults that were there to view it had a sense not only of pride, but of deep emotion in terms of remembering our antepasados. As we continue, I also want to commend our adult education staff, because a strong district is also responsive to the community that it lives in. And so this is a prime example of culturally responsive pedagogy, building on the context in which our students live and participate, and including their families in a celebration. So my thank yous to Adult Ed. Continuing. Two teachers in particular, during one of my walkthroughs, asked if they could actually do an after-school activity or club or tutorial. So the photo that you see up front is Mr. Ito, who is working after school to share his passion for math with our students. As we continue to the next slide, you will also see Mr. Ramos, who continues to expand student learning in math. Both gentlemen are part of an after-school tutorial. And once again, the students, their families, and myself are very grateful. A lot happens in a matter of hours, and with the addition of Mesita Ayala, as we go to the next slide, I find that we in fact have other teachers that have stepped up to support our students. I did not have photos of them as of yet, but I want to acknowledge Ms. Lesser, Ms. Rodriguez, Ms. Perez, and Mr. Carlson, who are also providing tutorials, after-school support, and sharing their passion in their subject areas. As we continue, I also want to express gratitude to those employees and members of leadership team that take a leadership role in areas outside of Gonzales Unified. Up ahead, up above, you'll see a photo of Mr. Soriano, who was actually elected the AXA president for the Salinas Valley Charter. I was very proud to attend an AXA function last week, actually October, it was Halloween. And I want to extend my gratitude to Mr. Soriano for doing that. It's an important role, especially in today's educational context. I also want to celebrate via the next slide an honor that is very unique. Ms. Yolanda Barba graduated the ALAS Leadership Academy. She was one of 14 administrators selected from the United States. You see her at her graduation in Washington, D.C. The first photo is meeting with Representative Jimmy Panetta. You also see the mission, vision, and goal of ALAS, and that is to advocate for our community, develop our own professional development to better serve our students, and also to make sure that we make a positive contribution to the legacy of Latinos in education. So as we continue, once again, those expressions of gratitude are heartfelt to our colleagues, our teachers, our leaders in Gonzales Unified. I'm briefly going to touch on the Fano Academy and the Puente del Monte development. Moving to the next slide, the board will see something that's repetitive in terms of our first conversation with CDE. The Title V regulations and site access is something that we will be returning to the table to discuss with the Pembroke developers. In the initial layout that we were provided, the school right now, Fano Academy, actually has access on one side of the school. We have been told by CDE that an immediate consideration is either moving the school or implementing a second street so that there is dual access. Once again, using La Gloria and Fairview as an example, the idea is that one side of a school would have access available to buses because we will probably remain a busing community, and the other access to parents for drop-off. There are other aspects to this initial conversation that includes handicap access, some of the other logistical points in terms of the physical location of the school. So as we get more information on that, we will continue to bring that forward. That should be relatively soon because, as I stated previously, the CDE will be coming to visit in December. As we continue, and I apologize, but this evening is going to be slightly longer than usual. I want to touch base on WASC, okay? This evening, I want to talk a little bit about category B. And so as we transition to the next slide, what you will see is that category B focuses on basically two areas. One is that there is rigorous, relevant, standard-based curriculum within a site. And the second is that there's equity and access to curriculum. In order to highlight the areas of focus for the school as well as the WASC committee, and most importantly for the community who reviews my presentations online, you'll see that certain wording is highlighted in blue. That includes the school's responsibility to provide the rigorous, relevant, and coherent curriculum. It is making sure that schools have defined academic outcomes. That also includes the school's alignment with college and career indicators. The board, to be reminded, one of the accountability measures included on the dashboard for the state is around college and career readiness. It also looks at integration and alignment, and most importantly, that the school engages with community partners. That's not only our local parent community, but that is also external educational partners. When we talk about the second component, which is on the next slide, it also is looking to see that we ensure that students have a full range of choices. And as we've discussed before, and I'm going to talk about in a minute, grades is one of the things that can support those choices or can also hamper student choice by virtue of having to repeat courses where the grades did not support passage. It's making sure that the parents and community partnership is one of collaboration, that it's not just a namesake committee or it's not just superficial participation, but that there is genuine collaboration. And the other thing, one of the areas that the district as well as the school will get better at is not only making sure that we have a clean handoff to college and career, but also that we continue to track the success of our high school graduates. And so one of the future goals for Gonzales High will be working on a plan to ensure that we have ongoing contact with our graduates. Now, at the last board meeting, one of the questions that, or one of the requests that came, and if we can go to the next slide, Monica. One of the requests that was made was to provide just a little bit more detail around WASC. And there is no clearer indication of what the school is working towards than the school-wide critical areas for follow-up. The WASC visiting committee had left a visiting committee report with the school, and these are the 10 areas that they focused on. The first was our declining math scores. That was a consistent decline that has since been addressed. And there will be information coming out with our CASP results for Gonzales High that will demonstrate we've turned around that decline. Teacher leadership team, Mr. Soriano and Mr. Ocampo have invested heavily in partnering with our instructional council, who has elected representation from each of the departments within the school. The school is also now working and rewriting their school-wide learning outcomes and their vision and mission statement. That is in draft form right now. Katie Barr, who is the facilitator, a retired high school principal, is coming back, I believe, the 18th to support the completion of this activity. The fourth recommendation was to restructure PLCs, looking at how teachers collaborate and where the focus is. It's increasing and refining academic support. And while I'm repeating it, the district in 1 year's time has increased academic support tenfold for our students by virtue of the infusion of COVID and expanded learning monies. Increasing the rigor of our courses is an ongoing effort on all parts at the high school. The articulation between the middle school has increased, and part of that was the intentionality of hiring a principal for Fairview that had high school experience. Mr. Malagon looks at what goes on at Fairview and completely understands from firsthand experience the implications at Gonzales High School. Increasing student engagement. You heard reference to the professional development that we're providing around social emotional learning. That directly relates to our students' engagement. Last two, developing and implementing a freshman skills course. We have started with a curriculum, Get Focused, Stay Focused, and are monitoring that for effectiveness. And the last thing is identifying a limited number of teaching strategies. I want to reiterate to the board that the primary focus this past year was on English language development as well as social emotional learning. It is important for the board, the staff, as well as the community to understand, while we partner with all stakeholders, students included, the recommendations that you see up front left to us by the visiting committee are things that only adults basically have control over. What the assumption is that once the adults in the organization address these areas, student outcomes will improve. As we continue, I also want to honor the request of Board Member Ayon in looking at a grade summary. I apologize that this isn't bigger, but you will see that I have not broken it down per section and subject matter as of yet because of our long-term subs. Our academic coaches need to go in and be the actual teacher of record to award the grade. So I'll bring back that detailed information in the future. But what you have in front of you is a grade summary for GHS based on the second marking period, where you'll see that 48% of the grades awarded were A's, 24% were B's, 8% were C's, 14% were D's, and 6% were F's. In addition, next slide, I've included Fairview Middle School because when we're talking about articulation, you may see some parallels. 35% of the grades awarded during the second marking period at Fairview were A's, 24% were B's, 19% were C's, 9% were D's, and 13% F's. Next slide, and not to, I can't reiterate it enough, but GHS right now, and I'm only speaking to GHS because this does align with our WASC report and recommendations. GHS has small group interventions in place. We have GPA 4.0 occurring. We have after-school tutorials and what was referred to as our learning hubs. We continue to partner with Adult Ed on APEX, as well as providing APEX at the high school level. We have a tentative plan for an EL Academy modeled after what was provided at Fairview. And once again, we are expecting to provide a very rigorous, engaging summer school. Last section, I promise. So coming events. We do not have another board meeting in the month of November, so I want to draw attention to two things. First of all, this Thursday, the City of Gonzales, in partnership with the pharmacy, will be offering the first round of COVID vaccinations for children ages 5 to 11. This will be followed next week by another flyer. We're coordinating a time where we will offer a second round of vaccinations available here locally on a school campus for our parents. The other thing that I want to bring your attention to is one of the pieces of feedback that we've received is that fathers within our community, and if we can continue to the next slide, Monica. One of the things that we've observed not only in our governance teams, but in our parent involvement is we've had feedback around or questions around how fathers can get more involved with the education of their students. So on December 9th, we are going to be offering a dinner, a keynote, and an orientation in a function called Padre a Padre. You see that it is listed in Spanish because the meeting will be conducted in Spanish with translation to English, but it is on December 9th at 5:30 in the cafeteria at Gonzales High School. Continuing to the next slide, what is research-based about this initiative is the quote that you see up in front of you. It isn't that our parents are not interested in education, language, cultural barriers, and a general unfamiliarity with our system directly impacts our parents' involvement. I also included a study of parent desires and aspirations for their children. And what you'll see is in the blue color, that is to prepare them for a good job. The second in the purplish color is to learn the key skills like reading and writing and math. But lastly, the green is to prepare them to enter a college and university. What you will see is research finds that Latino parents, more than anything, want their children to leave prepared for college. And lastly, one of the other things about us making a particular effort to get our Latino fathers engaged goes to the idea of building blocks with family relationships. It is not that they are the only ones that we need, but the district itself recognizes that there is a discrepancy between the involvement of our moms and our fathers. So especially now with the introduction of a parent and family engagement specialist, we are going to be trying to work to fill those gaps and meet the needs of our families where they're at, where they're coming to us. And with that, I end my superintendent's report for this evening.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your report, Superintendent. Maybe in the future, as you know, we plan for our budgets for next year and the years after, you know, to secure the parent engagement position within our budget, but also maybe, you know, bring on board a father to, you know, to collaborate with you know, Sonia or whoever's in that position. So we have, you know, both male and female represented, and sometimes men can connect with other men, you know, and so just the dynamics of the Latino culture. Thank you again. Any questions to Superintendent Cesar?
Yeah, question on the, so a question on the vaccination on, is it Thursday, November 11th, for the kids 5 through 11, and the times are 12:30 to 5:30. Look, Gloria gets out at 1 o'clock, is it?
Thursday is a holiday. It's Veterans Day.
That's a, oh, November, that's this Thursday. Oh, that's great. That's great. Okay. Well, all parents that have kids from 5 to 11, please take your kids to get vaccinated this Thursday from 12:30 to 5:30. That's excellent. The other question, I couldn't read the GHS school-wide critical areas. The number 5, it didn't come out of mine. Oh, okay. Academic supports. Oh, okay.
Yeah, it got cut off. He just
Oh, I
wanted
see.
ahead.
Yeah. And also, I don't know if it's my iPad, but on the grades, the graphs, mine are blank. So it's your iPad.
No, you know what's funny? When they were giving their reports, mine, I was gonna make the comment, but I realized that Araceli said it. Mine was in a Disney font, which I thought, I was like, oh, do they do that?
Laptop just knows you too well.
I guess so.
I will forward you a hard copy.
Awesome. Ms. Daniels?
That's great.
So my only question was with the increase of rigor. I know I always bring up CT, but even increasing that and increasing the rigor of courses, obviously we have to address, the, the Ds and Fs and the failing grades. With that, what's the possibility of us in the future, obviously this year's too late, but us increasing our course size? So instead of a six period day, a 7-period day, to address the learning loss so that we can incorporate more classes to possibly, offer more to students. Because the earlier we're able to address, a failing grade that they can make up, the more options we'll have as students progress.
So if the board desires to increase the instructional day or increase the periods, that would be done through a negotiation. The one thing I would advise the board is it be an additional period, not be a period that's carved out by reducing the instructional minutes of other periods.
And actually, along those lines, the new school, Rancho San Juan, is a beautiful school, by the way. But so obviously they start fresh, right? And so whoever has the best ideas, they win. So it's not like we're a 100-year-old school and there's certain, ideas, I guess, that are entrenched now. Like one thing that was surprising to me when I came back about 10, 12 years ago, when I was subbing, they're like, oh yeah, Thursday's a minimum day. I'm like, oh yeah, is it a holiday? They're all, no, every Thursday is a minimum day. I'm like, what? Why? So Rancho San Juan is an example. They don't have that at all. They don't. What
Right.
they have is because I was talking to the coach over there, and I'm like, well, when do you guys do the collaboration stuff? They're like, oh, we do it. I forget what day, but it's the first period. They're like, we have a late start that day. I'm like, well, how late do you start? 8:50. I'm like, that's not late. So they mandate all, and a bunch of teachers are probably gonna get mad with me, but they mandate all teachers to be there at 8, from 8 to 8:50. They talk about what they need to talk about, and the kids go a little bit later, and there you go. I think I'm of the opinion that our kids need more instructional minutes, not less. And I know that's probably going to be an unpopular thing to say, but especially if we're thinking about, or just discussing having a 7th period, our kids need more engagement. And I know we're offering after school stuff, but even after school, if it's only 15 to 20 kids, that's not a lot. I mean, there's 800 kids at the high school. So as a percentage, that's very little, so I'm just saying this is a broader discussion, and, I want to bring it up to the board, but I think we have to fundamentally change a lot of things. But one of the things that we can do and address is how long are the kids at school? And I hate to say it, but I will. In other countries, they don't have, 4 months of vacation, right? I mean, I'm probably making a lot of people angry, because don't mess with my vacation. But I'm just saying, kids are at school 300 days or whatever. They're not there 180 or whatever it is that we're here. So I mean, that's a larger societal problem. But even with our school, our kids, if we look at the scores, it's pretty bad, and especially after COVID, right? And so I mean, it's something that I think the board, maybe we can discuss. And I know it's negotiations, and people are gonna probably tar and feather me, some folks for saying this, but as a kid, when I have my kid, I want my kid at school. I want them to learn to read and write. And if it's gonna take 8 hours for them to do it, hey, go with God. Spend 8 hours at school, rather than spending 3 hours and then 8 hours on the computer. Anyway, that is just my statement. It's not a question or anything like that.
Thank you, Cesar. So you want to answer, or you're?
I completely agree, but I, as superintendent, understand that this is a negotiable item.
Yes.
So for the record, we will engage in negotiation to discuss what was proposed by both board member Daniel and board member Ayon. And you should say that.
Yeah, I support it as well. Okay. Okay, so Araceli?
No, I already went. Oh, did you?
No, it was very detailed. I appreciate the WASC update. So it just kind of gives us a clear kind of understanding of the work that's going into getting us through WASC. It was interesting to see the graphs for the A's and B's, and it was actually it looked good. I mean, you know,
It's better.
it looked better. So, no, thank you.
Actually, I'll just tell you, I'm sorry. Since you mentioned WASP, just the very last thing, the critical school-wide, or I'm sorry, the school-wide
School-wide
critical
learning outcomes?
areas,
Uh-huh.
will WASP be evaluating all of the 9 that are listed there when they come?
They will not because, well, WASC will look at everything, but WASC will look at what the school chose to focus on. And basically, there's 5 areas that the school focused on, and then they will look for a plan for the remaining areas. And the school has both of those things in place.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, so in regards to WASC, there is a report that the high school needs to, or the district that needs to.
Yes, we're drafting that.
So who is helping with the drafting of the report?
So the content of the report has been done over the last 2 years.
Okay.
The report is submitted electronically, so we're live linking the evidence pieces from the last 2 years. I do the initial draft with Mr. Soriano, and then we have a shared drive with the instructional council that we share the information that we've gathered, and that draft, those chapters will be placed there.
Thank you.
Thank you. No further questions from me. All right. Moving on to our action items on the agenda. So we're going to begin with item number 23.1, which was actually taped. This is the item that was tabled.
Yeah, it was pulled.
Or pulled. So moving on to item number 23. Yes?
Can I make an interruption? I'm sorry. The item that got pulled, was there a motion made? And who made the motion if I missed it?
It was made by Mr. Ayon, correct?
For what?
Who seconded that?
For the item.
There wasn't. So Ayon, you just asked, there wasn't a vote for we approved the agenda, but we didn't vote for the actual item to get pulled.
We pulled it.
It was pulled,
Yes.
but I don't think we voted on I don't think we voted on that specifically.
We didn't do roll call voting for the specific, but we did unanimously
Approve the agenda.
the agenda and pull the item along with item 6.1 and what's the other one, Monica? We made the correction on item 24.3.
Yeah, and also past practice, Jose, like you're saying, it's basically, without objection, because we also didn't take a roll call vote to pull 26.1, right? And normally in our past practices, we do not take roll call votes for that unless somebody calls a roll call vote. Otherwise, it's just kind of without objection. If there's no objections, then so be it. And, when I pulled it, it didn't.
And so my reasoning for pulling it is because this wasn't just a technical error or anything like that. This is an action item, and that's why I requested who had made the motion, since you had requested to pull it from there. I was seeking action on the motion, and who seconded that?
Well, we agreed on the removing of it as an agenda on the whole with the correction again, and with the removing of the item. So when Jose let us know about the correction, that's when Caesar inquired about pulling the item, and we approved. I motioned to approve the agenda with those corrections and omissions.
And Ms. Cuevas.
Everybody's. Cueva second, right, the agenda to be approved as with those corrections. Okay, if you
And
guys
then
are
we
all
all-
happy with that, I'm gonna go
we
ahead and
voted.
make a note of that way.
Great.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, you had a question?
I can't hear anything.
Maria Orozco, former mayor of the city of Gonzales, is asking to do public comment on this item.
But it's not on the agenda.
No, but Monica's asking.
Yeah.
So, If you can just submit your response to the superintendent, please.
Not at this time.
Thank you. Moving, okay, so we're gonna begin with item number 23.2 to ratify the listed on the attachment contracts entered into by the superintendent on behalf of the district as per board policy 3312 as of November 2nd, 2021. Can I get a motion, please?
Motion, Daniel?
Second by, all those in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Passes with unanimous consent. Item number 23.3, approval of proposal for installation of fence, walking gates, and emergency escape panic push bars from Blancas Construction, Inc. May I get a motion, please?
Jose, just,
Yes.
can we go back to, I think we have the orders, just so we stay within our constraints and follow the guidelines that we agreed upon for how we progress, whether.
Oh,
if
did I
there's
mess it up?
Discussion,
Ah.
board discussion,
Okay,
and then.
sorry, everybody, we're gonna go back and, let me go back to 23.2. Monica, are you there?
That's already passed, 23.3.
Okay. 23.3,
23.3.
which is the item that we're currently voting on. So may I get a motion?
No, we asked if there's discussion.
But somebody first has to move it, no?
No, we have discussion before.
Okay,
we-
hold on. I'm gonna write this down. Give me a second.
You have your guide?
It's in the governance handbook.
It is in that governance handbook.
Okay.
Page 11.
Page 11. They're all page 11, remember?
Okay, gracias. All right, so discussion, board members?
I just have a question. I'll have a question. So it's fencing. I think that's great. Is it at all the school sites or just one of?
So the focus is on the push bars because in an emergency situation, our exit gates, for example, Fairview facing the high school and the high school facing Fairview, there's no push bar that the kids can get out. So we're installing those rather than having a solid lock.
Okay, so this is almost like more ADA kind of compliance here.
Safety.
Just safety.
This is
Okay,
safety.
okay. Sounds good.
Any other questions? Okay, we're gonna bring it back to open it up for the public, for any public input. Nope, bring it back to the board for any further discussion. No? Can I get a motion to approve this item?
Motion, Araceli.
Second by,
Daniel?
all those in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Passes with unanimous consent. Moving on to item number 23.4, approval of a service agreement with Linda Shingu or Inc. for speech and language therapy for the 2021-22 school year. So we're gonna open it first for this board discussion, correct?
There's the
Right here,
sequence.
board president will introduce each item, the staff report on the item.
No staff report.
Okay, board may ask, okay, president will open to public comment. Anybody from the public? Online, do we have anybody online? Okay, moving on, bring it back to the board for further discussion. Okay, can I get a motion?
Motion, Daniel?
Second by, all those in favor?
Aye.
Passes with unanimous consent. Moving on to item number 23.5, approval of a service agreement with Fuse Learning for creation of innovation centers at schools. Staff report.
No report?
Okay, comments from the public? No,
No.
nothing from the public or online, nothing? Okay, bring it back to the board for further discussion.
I'm just curious, what's this for?
These are the
Innovation
innovation
centers.
centers. The first one was at Fairview. We're currently working on the high school and we will be expanding to La Gloria.
Thank you.
And by the way, the high school, I got to go there last Friday because I had an Interact meeting, and as I was walking out, Mr. Trevor like corralled me in for a couple minutes, and so I took a look, and it's really cool. It's really, really nice. it's open, I think, I don't know for sure, but it seemed like it was open for pretty much any class. And any class can, any teacher can sign up and say, hey, I want to take my kids over there. And they just have different like workstations where they can do art, science, all types of, I mean, if you haven't been there, go take a look.
So we will be having a reception in January for the community.
Oh, nice. Yeah. So anyway, I just want to say, great job, Mr. Trevor, for really, really, it's still the arts room and ceramics, and you could do that still, but you can do all types of like really, really cool stuff in addition. So anyway, I was just really impressed.
So can I also commend Ed Services under the leadership of Yolanda Barba, because she is the one that implemented the first Innovation Center of Fairview and has continued to expand the work at the high school. And that includes, she was part of the selection process for the gentleman that you are speaking about.
Thank you, Yolanda.
Thank you.
Great, awesome. Maybe during our next walkthroughs, we can, take time to visit. Thank you. Item number 23.
voted motion, Araceli.
Second, Daniel.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Passes with unanimous consent. Moving on to item number 23.6, certificated personnel assignment order number 21 -22-57 to open one special education SDC RSP teacher position at Gonzales High School effective current school year. Staff report.
This is necessitated based on the increase of special education students at the site.
Perfect, thank you. Open it up to the public for any comments. None. Bring it back to the board for further discussion. Can I get a motion?
Motion, Daniel.
Second by,
Araceli.
all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Passes with unanimous consent. Moving on to item number 23.7, certificated personnel assignment order number 21-22-56 to open one independent study teacher position at Fairview Middle School effective current school year. Staff report.
From the beginning of the year, the district was committed to providing an independent study teacher per grade span. And this is the position allocated to Fairview.
Great, thank you. Opening it up to the public for any comments? None. Bringing it back to the board for further discussion. Can I get a motion, please?
Motion, Daniel.
Second by, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Passes with unanimous consent. Moving on to item number 23.8, classified personnel assignment order number 21-22-38 to open 1.6875 FTE instructional aid, one position at Gonzales High School effective to be determined. Staff report, please.
No report?
Okay, opening it up to the public for comments. None being, we'll bring it back to the board for further discussion. None. Can I get a motion, please?
Motion, Daniel.
Second by, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Passes with unanimous consent. Moving on to item number 23.9, approval of the Gonzales Unified School District Governance Handbook, second reading. Staff report.
So this is the draft that the board worked on with CSBA consultant Terry Vigil at our special board meeting in October. If the board in fact takes action to approve, each member of the board and myself as superintendent will sign the document and it will be posted on our website.
Great, okay. Opening it up to the public for further public comments. Being none, we bring it back to the board for discussion or adoption. Can I get a motion, please?
A labor of love, I will say that.
So move, Araceli.
Second by,
Second, Daniel.
all those in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed?
There's no more page 11.
Passes with unanimous consent.
That's what I'm looking at.
23.10, classified personnel assignment order number 21-22-35 to open 1.6875 FTE campus supervisor position at Gonzales High School for the current school year. Staff report.
Please note the word current in the notation for the agenda item. We are using soft funds received for school engagement, learning loss, et cetera, to fund the additional campus supervisor for the high school.
So that's just for this year.
At this time, it is only for this year.
Great. Okay, opening it up for public comment. Being none, we bring it back to the board for further discussion.
Go
Okay,
ahead.
go ahead, Mr. Ayon.
I'm just curious the hours.
9:30 through 1:30.
Is this the, just, so this three now that we'll have at the high school?
Two.
Oh, just the two, okay.
Great.
Okay.
Can I get a motion, please?
Motion, Daniel?
Second by Ms. Cuevas. All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Passes with unanimous consent. Moving on to item number 23.11, to approve the MOU between Gonzales Unified School District and the California School Employee Association, Chapter 756, in regards to reclassification of the speech language assistant translator interpreter position. Staff report.
So this position, we currently have an interpreter translator, but we have more demand than we can meet. So we are expanding the position itself by an additional FTE, as well as moving to an 8-hour day.
Okay. Okay, moving it, opening up for public comment. None being, we bring it back to the board for further discussion or action. May I get a motion, please?
So move, Araceli.
Second by,
Daniel?
all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Passes with unanimous consent. Moving on to item number 23.12, miscellaneous personnel assignment order number 21-22-30 to authorize a variable term waiver request for Miguel Amendez, certificated substitute during the 2021-22 school year. Make staff report.
No report?
Okay, opening up to the public for comments. Being none, we bring it back to the board. I'm going to abstain from voting on this item.
Second, Daniel?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Abstaining. So for Monica, are you there?
Go ahead.
Just so that, you know, you got, I'm abstaining from this item. Actually, the next one as well.
Okay, so let's do roll call.
Okay,
Trustee Lopez,
abstaining.
trustee Cuevas,
Yes.
trustee Flores,
Yes.
trustee Ayon,
Yes.
and trustee Daniel.
Yes.
Thank you.
The motion passes 4-1. Move forward.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 23.12, miscellaneous personnel assignment order number 21-22-31 to authorize hiring of Miguel Mendez as a certified substitute under a variable term waiver request for the 2021-22 school year. Staff report. None.
No report?
Opening it to the public for further comments. Being none, we bring it back to the board for discussion.
Just,
Abstain from it.
yeah, just, not discussion, but I think you made slight mistake because you said 23.12, but this is 23.13.
I did?
Yeah.
Sorry for going too fast.
No, it's okay.
23.13. Thank you, Cesar. Okay, can I get a motion, please?
Motion, Daniel?
Second by,
Araceli.
all those in favor?
Aye.
Abstaining.
Roll call.
Yeah, Monica, can you take roll call, please?
Trustee Lopez,
Abstaining.
trustee Cuevas,
Yes.
trustee Flores,
Yes.
trustee Ayon,
Yes.
and trustee Daniel.
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes 4-1.
Anything else, Monica? No, you good? Yeah. Okay, moving on to 23.14, miscellaneous personnel assignment order number 21-22-32 to authorize a variable term waiver request for Jessica M. Jacinto, certificated substitute during the 2021-22 school year. Staff report.
No report?
Opening it up to the public for comments. Being none, we bring it back to the board for further discussion and action. Can I get a motion, please?
Motion, Daniel?
Second by, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Passes with unanimous consent. Number 23.15, miscellaneous personnel assignment order number 21-22-33 to authorize hiring of Jessica M. Jacinto as a certificated substitute under a variable term waiver request for the 2021-22 school year. Staff report.
No report?
Opening up to the public for comments. Bring it back to the board for the discussion and action. Can I get a motion, please?
Motion, Daniel?
Second by,
Araceli.
all those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Passes with unanimous consent. Moving on to item 23.16, revisions of the classified salary schedule. Staff report.
So the revision you will see in the attachment is to the translator interpreter position, moving it to 12 months and the level A21.
Thank you. Opening it up to the public for comments. Being none, we bring it back to the board for the discussion and action. May I get a motion, please?
Motion, Daniel?
Second by?
Araceli?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Passes with unanimous consent. Moving on to item 23.17, revisions to the administrative certificated salary schedule. Staff report.
So with the departure of our Director of Technology Services, we had a decision to make regarding whether it was posted as only a classified position or classified and certificated. Because this district runs on technology, every aspect of it, from the classroom to divisions, we posted as classified and certificated. And in fact, I will be bringing forward a candidate to the board at the next meeting who contributes to the certificated retirement fund. So what we needed to do was to go back and revise salary schedules so that they were equal, both for the classified and certificated applicants. So those are the modifications you see being brought forward this evening.
Thank you. Opening it up for the public for comments. Being none, we bring it back to the board for further discussion and action. Can I get a motion, please?
Motion, Daniel?
Second by?
Araceli?
All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Passes with unanimous consent. Moving to item 23.18, revisions to the classified management confidential salary schedule. Staff report.
This also is in reference to the comments that I previously made.
Opening it up to the public for comments. Being none, we bring it back to the board for further action and discussion. May I get a motion, please?
Motion, Daniel?
Second by?
Araceli?
All those in favor? Anybody opposed? Passes with unanimous consent. Moving to item 24, consent agenda items listed under the consent agenda are considered to be routine and are acted on by the Board of Trustees in one motion. There is no discussion of these items prior to the board action unless a member of the board staff, or public requests specific items to be discussed and or removed from the consent agenda. It is understood that the administration recommends approval of all consent items. Each item on the consent agenda understood that the administration, or each item on the consent agenda approved by the Board of Trustees shall be deemed to have been considered in full and adopted and recommended. So at this time, can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda? Second by?
Araceli?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? They pass with unanimous consent. Moving on to item 25, governing board comments, 25.1, governance team comments, and we're going to begin with Mr. Ayon.
Yeah, I think I'll go a little bit on.
I'm sorry?
Oh, he's signing.
okay. I think we as a board need to have a frank discussion, because we always, say that, the best for our students, right? I mean, and to me, it's an obvious statement, but, I think it might be a little bit difficult for some people to understand, well, what does that mean, right? What does that mean, right? To me, I can tell you what it means to me. What it means to me, and I've said this before, we had the power outage a couple weeks ago, and I'm not Nostradamus, but I predict we will have another one very soon, and another one after that, and another one after that. It's just the nature of the state, right? Anyway, so to me, what meeting students' needs means, to me, it means, and I'll go back again, having a classroom set, having a book at home, and having a Chromebook which has your book accessible, right? It definitely is above what the requirement is, for sure, but it really covers all bases, right? No power, no problem. You got a book, right? And yes, it's an expense, right? Of course, it's an expense, but everything we decide on is an expense, right? And I think we really do need to have that conversation to say, where is our priority, right? I mean, to me, that would be ideal. That if a kid had a classroom set and a book at home and a laptop with access to that book, goodness, no matter what happens, that kid is going to get an education that day, right? Power out, no power, no, it doesn't matter. They're going to have access to education. We don't have that right now. I don't believe, I know we don't have that, and also I think it's a larger conversation, especially when, salary schedules, right? And that was a big discussion a couple of meetings ago on salary schedules. Well, guess what? Every year there's going to be that discussion, right? Or every couple of years, whatever, however long the contract goes. I think we have to have a fundamental conversation as well with our employees to say, or sorry, the district employees to say, well, should we always be focusing on salary, right? Because what if we focus on other things as an example that also cost money, because everything costs money, right? Well, maybe we focus on having more assistance. Maybe we focus on somehow supporting that teacher more with maybe more teacher aides, something that is not always just, hey, I'm making X amount of money more this year as opposed to last year. Because to me, just generally, that's the wrong focus, because the focus is, of course, student learning, right? Well, who teaches the students? Well, the teachers. So I think if we start from the students and then we actually specify how are we actually, having the best interest of our students in mind, I think that's a conversation we should have. And I think it would make things a lot more clear, because and negotiations is going to come, it's around the corner. So CSCA, and GTA, and guess what? In a year or two, it's going to be around the corner again and around the corner again. So if we're always just thinking about salaries, what's that percentage or what's that? I think that's the wrong way to think about it. I'm just throwing it out there, as a discussion, as something to consider as a board. Yeah.
Okay, so possible future discussion on changing the culture of our district maybe, and how it's been.
How we message
On the
where our
messaging
priority
or-
are,
okay.
yeah.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Tang?
So I just want to thank GTA. Like Sita said, Araceli and I got to meet with GTA and we had a really great conversation. I appreciated that it wasn't a one-sided or we need this or this is ball humbug. It was a very great conversation on what can we do together for our students? Where do we see a need for our students together? And it wasn't just, okay, here's what GTA can do, or here's what it was a whole community. What do we need to do in our community to help our students? So I do appreciate the GTA members that were present for that very candid and very open conversation that I think was very positive. So thank you for that. I want to thank everybody in our district. I always have been told and have felt that a thank you goes a long way. So I want to thank all of our staff and our CSEA, our admin that stay late because it's for the kids. Okay, and you don't hear it enough. So I want to say thank you for everything you do for our students. And I hope that everybody has a safe and happy Thanksgiving with their family, since we won't see each other. So again, thank you for all of our staff and to our students, and have a happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you. Ms. Flores?
So just to kind of piggyback on what Celeste was saying, we did have our first collaborative this month, and kind of just what Celeste was saying, it was very productive. And the ideas and the conversations that came out of that meeting were very positive. And I think a lot of the focus was how do we celebrate each other more? How do we support each other in ways that, and not only that, but what are we doing already what are the ways that we're already supporting each other, and and all the good things that are kind of already happening. And I've had my one-on-one with Yvette, and so part of these collaboratives is to have these conversations, and it's a responsibility of the board then to, when we have our one-on-ones with Yvette, is to have these conversations and bring those topics of conversations to Yvette to say, hey, this is what came up. Are these things possible? Can we do these things? What do you think? And then there's follow through on that. And so it's a work in progress. We have another one in December, and Cesar's next. So I look forward to doing that with you. And again, I want to congratulate Yolanda for Alas. That's really a huge achievement. And so I really am very proud of you. You've come such a long way in our district. And so I just wanted to celebrate you and just say good job in being one of, I forget what the number was. 14. And so you should be very proud of yourself. And I'm glad that you are coming from our district representing us. And I'm very excited to see what the Padres and Padres meetings are going to look like. I think our fathers want to be a part of their children's education, and they need the avenue to do it. And so I'm looking forward to seeing how those Padres to Padres meetings go, because I think when dads are involved, I think kids just feel it a little bit more. And I think dads want to be more involved, and I think that's amazing. So I look forward to that. Thank you.
I also want to start by congratulating Yolanda. Congratulations. And thank you for all the work that you put in throughout the years. It really, truly shows. And I also wanted to congratulate the student athletes, not just for their success in the sport, but just coming back from, it doesn't seem like, it's been a while, but coming back from a whole year of just being on the computer most of the day to now keeping up their GPA to be able to play the sport, and doing, academics and sports, it's just a great achievement. So I'm super happy and proud of the student athletes. I know of some students who played 2 sports at once, and that's including at the middle school too. So, just keep up that motivation that they have. I'm very proud of our student athletes. And also, since, we won't be having any more November meetings, I also want to just wish everyone a safe holiday. If you don't celebrate it, or if you do, just, stay safe, and we'll see you guys next time.
Don't eat too much turkey, right?
Yeah, you might fall asleep.
Well, I want to begin by first, asking the board members, my fellow board members and the community, for, I was absent last month. We had some personal stuff going on, and so I was not able to be here, but I'm thankful for the 4 of you and Yvette for, keeping the leadership going. We're a team, so if I'm not here, it doesn't mean this, things can't get done. It's just, you guys, there's majority quorum, you guys can move on and items and agenda items. So thank you for that, for working collaboratively and for being there. With that, I also want to remind our board members, we have the annual CSBA meeting coming up at the December 1st, 2nd, I believe. So if I don't see you, we'll see you there or online. It's good, look forward to learning more and hearing more about, the new things that are coming out for the state of California in regards to education. Also in regards to the Padre a Padre, that's been something that it's been cooking for a while, and it's I'm thankful for our leaders here in the district, because that was one of the previous board members' goals, was to have these bilingual leaders at each site. That way they could reach out to our parents that might only speak Spanish or and not English, and obviously they have that ability to communicate directly to the parents. So thank you, Superintendent, for making that a reality now, and to all our male leaders that are going to be collaborating with Superintendent, but also with the future Padre a Padre, parents that are going to be part of it. So I know Trini and Mr. Martin and all our male leaders are going to be involved in leading and teaching our padres. So thank you for stepping up to do that for our students. In regards to LMI, I know that's something that we might be rethinking of starting up again. Um,
So the district, CSEA and GTA attended the LMI conference at the end of June.
mhm.
At that time, GTA was only able to send one representative. That representative has since left the district.
Oh.
And so Dr. Galicia is in the process of revisiting that. LMI just sent out a survey for district interest, and we've already responded.
I also responded to it as individual, but you know, so just, so, ¿qué más? Besides that, thank you everybody for your time, and, have a good, Thanksgiving break. Buenas noches.
Future agenda items?
Yeah, can I get a motion to adjourn meeting?
25-2.
Wait, oh my gosh.
Skipping.
Ya me quiero ir.
In
23.5, future agenda items, Monica?
25.2.
25.2. It's all that reading, you know? Los números ya se me cruzaron. I know. 20, Monica, is she on?
You're asking them.
Future agenda items, I'm sorry, 25.2,
Yeah.
future agenda.
Yeah,
Cesar?
we met, Jose, I don't believe, I think you were on, but I don't know if it was working when we met with Terry Vigil. And anyway, it was to discuss the goals, Yvette's goals. And the other thing we need to do is to have a meeting, and I thought we were gonna have it this meeting, but I guess we'll have to have it on December 10th, where we as a board decide on the format, and other types of questions or discussion points that we had. So this would be a closed session agenda item. And then that's how we formalize when we actually do the evaluation, what are the parameters and all that. So we haven't
Discuss this with Terry, or that's how?
Well, we discussed the goals, but we hadn't discussed as a format. We
Yeah.
haven't come to a consensus.
Right. And Terry said, actually, because I believe she said she wasn't available for today, but she said she actually doesn't have to be at that meeting because it's a decision really that as a board, we come across together and make.
In consultation with the
Yeah, of
superintendent.
course.
Yes.
And that's one of the things that I just wanted to make sure that, you know, whatever format we choose, that, you know, superintendent's involved in also in that format, because it's part of, you know, that collaborative.
So you said
spirit.
December 10th. You do mean December 14th?
Yes, I'm not sure why I keep saying December 10th. Yeah, I meant December 14th. I apologize.
So, yeah, of course, and I mean, the format we used last time, that's one of many other types of.
That was the one we brought back
Yeah,
from
from
CSBA.
CSBA,
Yeah.
so I'm sure
And-
there's others out there that we can.
Right,
you know,
and
but-
that's the discussion we would have.
Great,
Yeah.
thank you.
Mr. Ayon, so what is your agenda item?
Closed session agenda item on superintendent evaluation relating to evaluation format and other
Formats,
parameters.
okay.
If I might suggest to the board, if we could put that closed session item at the end of the board meeting. Versus the beginning.
Great,
Yeah, that's fine.
yeah, that will give them more time to,
That's the
Yeah.
report.
okay, thank you, Ms. Daniel.
Actually, I'm sorry, just, if we think it's gonna be super long, I mean, we can have it before the board.
Depends, it all depends on.
Right? We can, because, you know, we could also have, we could have a special board meeting where it's just, that's the only agenda item and we can have it the day before or 2 days before, or, you know, I mean, with Terry, we had, it was a special board meeting with Terry, right? And it was the only agenda item and that's all we,
Just, you know, just to be cautious when we have scheduled special, you know, board meetings, it just, you know, there's extra work that needs to go.
oh,
on that by
I
the
am
staff.
fully
We
aware. It's just, I think Yvette mentioned a couple of times that meeting is packed already, right? So that's all.
14th is packed.
Yeah, it's packed. That's why. That's
I
why.
don't know if, to be honest, I don't know if we'll be able to do it before, because you're talking about holidays, the conference, and then after the conference. I don't know. I know when I had spoken to Terry and she said it may be doing it virtually, so it's just easier for us to get together. And so if that's a possibility where we just do a virtual meeting instead of an in-person, and that way it's easier to schedule something because everybody's a little bit more available virtually.
Yeah.
And Terry said that she could do that as well. And so, because I think we also asked her if she can provide us with some examples of the different formats that are out there. And so if that is, if we can maybe plan a virtual meeting to have that.
Yeah, and that's fine. I think on the virtual, but I think on the virtual if we have a virtual meeting, there has to be a quorum in attendance. And the
Sure,
rest
yeah.
can be virtual. So at least 3 of us will have to
You
be.
can have a quorum in a virtual work.
Yeah,
Yeah, like we were doing
like we
it
used to
before.
before.
Because of the new, remember we had the
Yeah.
new
We
passing,
adopted-
the adoption of the
Okay.
new state.
But,
Yeah.
So we'll coordinate and send out a doodle to find a time.
and we'll have closed session and then, we report back out and people. can
Yeah.
log in.
Yeah.
And that's the only thing we discussed. And then that way it doesn't interfere with,
Anything else?
the big one. Good.
Ms. Flores?
And this will be under closed session, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Did you have an agenda item?
No.
Okay.
No, Ms. Flores? No? And I think thank you so much, Superintendent, for those future agenda items.
25.3.
So in moving on to 25.3, future meeting dates.
You will only be seeing December 14th because at the reorg meeting, not the reorg, at the organizational meeting. That's a typographical error. It's an organizational meeting. It's not a reorganizational meeting.
Gracias.
At
Ay,
the
qué bueno.
organizational meeting in December is when we look at the calendar for 2022. Okay?
Great. And I pass on the baton to somebody else. So can I get a motion to adjourn, please?
Motion, Daniel.
Second by,
Araceli.
all those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Passes with unanimous consent. Thank you, everyone. Have a good night. Drive safely, and we'll
Thank
see
you.
you on December 14th. Thank you.
Thank you, Monica.
Thank you, you're
Monica.
welcome.
Better.
Good night, bye-bye.
Welcome back, Madonna.
I know, welcome back.